What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
amazing. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Oh, he's not going to make a dog's den of it at all because he's going to pin the 1-2-1.
Dawn switch. Oh, that is going to light up any dartboard.
Leads himself the double. This is beautiful for Keegan Brown. Bullseye for the win. Bullseye for the win. And where have we seen that before? Opponents have tended to have punished. His squeak, Kevin Edwards, have been typified. Double 18. Well, this is supersonic. This is super good from Scott Baker. So, welcome along then. It's the 9th finals night of Series 11. Welcome along to Portsmouth as we see who is going to join the mix at Champions Week come the middle of next month. Yeah, it's a month to go until Champions Week, and it is a heavyweight night of sport for sure. As Usyk and Dubois look to land a knockout punch at Wembley tonight, we're going to see who leaves their mark here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And two heavyweights join us here in the studio this evening. Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell are alongside us to talk about all the action, and we'll hear their contributions throughout the course of the evening. And it is an intriguing Saturday night because you've got the likes of Coulson, you've got the likes of Harrison, you've got the likes of West, who, if you put everything together between the pair of them, have 14 titles.
Yeah, we've got some real big hitters, haven't we, playing tonight? Andreas Harrison and Derek Coulson have been exceptional in regards to what they put forward this week. They've sort of been head and shoulders in regard to the stats and the pace, but when it comes to a Saturday night, none of that matters. This is cup final time. It's short format. It's cutthroat. And this is where the likes of Tommy Lishman, who's shown some things, Steve West, who's got so much experience here, and good experience, positive experience, winning experience, that can come through and really rival those big two.
It's one of those nights where you don't feel like someone's going to be fleeting in the crowd.
No, because we had the clientele that have done it everywhere else as well. It's not just here. So maybe they've limped over the line a little or not played like they want to get here to the Saturday night. But the pedigree of the guys that are out there tonight, you know, any one of them could win it. And I think it's going to be a bookie's headache to work it out.
Well, we'll find out what the bookies think in just a second. But these are the six players in action playing for that trophy tonight. Derek Coulson was the first player through to finals night, qualifying with 13 wins in Group A. Will he win the final match tonight to be crowned Week 9 champion? Series 7 champion Andreas Harrison has 5 titles. Will he break new ground here at the Live Lounge by making it 6 of the best? Tommy Lishman is into finals night number 3. A good run on Friday saw him qualify through Group B. Will Lishman light up the Live Lounge this evening? Steve West is into finals night. He won all 4 on Thursday, but managed to get the job done on Friday night. Keegan Brown is into his first finals night here in Portsmouth, courtesy of an excellent Group C campaign. Will the Needle continue his sharp shooting tonight? The mod Scott Baker snuck through Group C this week with flashes of brilliance. Will the speedster sprint to victory in Week 9? So this is how tonight is breaking down, and this is how we got to this point. Derek Coulson won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Group B was won by Andreas Harrison, Tommy Lishman and Steve West joining him through that group, whilst Keegan Brown had a resurgent end to the week by winning Group C alongside Scott Baker. Well, let's run through the rule of the week, and we'll begin with Derek Coulson, a player who, when we saw him here for the first time, we did his first week, I believe, and he averaged around 91, didn't quite make it through. And ever since, he's not just come here, played here, done well. He's been just winning weeks left, right and centre.
Do you know, I had a bit of time this afternoon and I sort of went back and found that week and watched it. And when I watched it, at the end of it, our assessment when we was going through, he said, Matt, how do you mark Derek Colson? And I says, he's played well. I think he's been a bit unfortunate at times. I would like to see him back. I think he's going to be one of those people that improves. You concurred at the time, and we sort of made the Derek Colson campaign. And do you know what? It was the right call, because he has gone on to prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the quality he's got. I go in and look at like how many more Derek Colsons are out there. That's the thing that intrigues me. How many more quality players are out there that have just never done the circuit, that have never travelled? There's got to be loads out there. I'd love to go find some more. And there'll be a lot of people that will watch the Derek Colson story and they'll be finding this inspiring. And that Derek Colson story is not over yet. He's got another chance here to win a weekly title, get another £5,000 in the bank, and is the favourite, in my mind, to go and get into Champions Week.
Big averages and a player that's just made for the big occasion, isn't he?
It doesn't seem to faze him. I think when you get to a certain age in life, you've seen lots of things in life that really matter to you and lots of things that don't kind of matter so much. And darts falls in a category of it matters at the time when you're there at Derek's age. Once you're not, you chuck it in the bin, and if it's gone wrong, and you walk away from it and you come back and have another go next week. And that mental attitude of his means that he plays on a level platform. He stays around that 90 average all the time. His consistency is second to very few that come here and play. And that's his success story here, because you rarely see him play badly.
Well, let's hear from Derek now. I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Derek, here we go. Another Saturday for yourself at the Super Series. We'll talk about your campaign in Group A first and how you felt that it all went. 13 wins out of 15.
Really happy. Struggle the first couple of games, Group A, once those are out of the way. A little bit lucky to get through them, but once I settled down, I felt really good after that.
This is kind of feeling like home for you now, isn't it? It just feels like another week at the office for yourself.
Yeah, I've been looking at houses down here, maybe move. Joking. But no, I love it down here now. As I've said before, it's addictive. Once you've been here a few times, you just want to keep coming back. And here I am again, yeah.
What is the magic?
I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it, but it's just obviously the throw. A lot of players say the same thing. It's perfect up there. So there's no excuses. And I've said it all the time. There's no excuses. Once you get up there, if you lose, it's your own problem.
You're getting close to the point where we can call you an all-time legend here at the Super Series Day, because if you win tonight, it's another one. Number 4 puts you on a pedestal. No one's ever also played at 4 consecutive Champions Weeks before the Super Series. You could do things this evening that even some of the greats of the game that's been in these walls have never done before.
It would be nice, but I'm not going to look that far ahead. There's a lot of good players in that room tonight. If I play my best, I'll have a good chance. If I don't, I'll be going home early. So it's about getting my head on, a bit of practice, and be ready for it.
Wish you all the very best, Derek. Good luck.
Thank you.
So these are his stats as far as the week's concerned. Average just under 92. To put that by comparison, the tour average for the season is around about that mark. 36% in terms of his checkouts and a high average of just underneath the 107 mark. He will definitely take some beating this week, but we've got some other big names in the field, including the former series champion Andreas Harrison, who we were kind of talking on commentary last night. These have just become almost like qualifying weeks for him more than anything else.
They have. There's certain players that come here and they just have this aura about them. Andreas Harrison's now one of them, where it is a qualifying week. And do you know what? Our assessment throughout the week when we spoke about Andreas Harrison, because he is one of those headline acts, he's always going to be a topic of conversation. And we've always said he's been a little bit erratic this week, that he's not found that level of consistency until you club it all together and you look at what he's done throughout the week. It's very similar numbers to that of Derek Colson, despite the fact he's played an extra 8 matches. So that just goes to show the levels of which we sort of put towards Andreas Harrison. He's done it to himself. It's his own fault. He's too good. But we've got 2 real big hitters here, and there's hardly anything to separate the pair.
I mean, I haven't talked about or spoke about the 5-time weekly champion Steve West yet, who's looking to win 6 weekly titles. Nobody's ever come close to that before.
No, absolutely not. But nobody's ever come close to having that experience here on a Saturday night. And he certainly has. So you would never rule him out. And I said, we've got 6 players here tonight that really do have the pedigree to win it. They know that now is the time You now have to turn up. There's no going back. You don't turn up tonight, you're just getting your bus fare home.
Does it feel like the free experience campaigns against the rest of the field? But when you look at the rest of the field, you've got a former World Youth Champion in Keegan Brown in that mix, who's got a fair few in here tonight. So be careful what you say.
Do you know what makes tonight so fascinating? The fact we've got 6 players with 6 different journeys and stories. Derek Colson came here, a win, nothing else. The same for Andreas Harrison. Keegan Brown came here, maybe not even knowing what this week was going to bring for him. We know the quality he's got. 2 Pro Tour titles, that's exceptional on top of that Youth World Championship. But he came here a little bit unsure. He came here, we know the physical complications that he's going through right now. And he didn't quite know exactly where his game was. One thing he's shown is he's still got a very, very good game in the locker. And he could be very dangerous. He's just got to find, over a very short window of time, that quality he found on Thursday and Friday.
Baker, Lishman, thoughts on their weeks?
Again, same thing, different journeys. Baker's underwhelmed a little bit this week, but he's here. That's all you got to do. Qualify. Get through to Saturday night. He's here, he's got the chance. He's reached a semi-final on the Pro Tour, been a tour card holder. But where is his game right now? He's on a different journey. Tommy Lishman's on a journey where he wants to be a tour card holder. For him, it's all development. For him, getting through to a Saturday is good. For him, it's ticking off round by round. Can he get to the final? Can you win a week? And that's what makes this so exciting, because he is one of the players on an upwards curve. He's shown some real quality, but now how's he going to fare against those big guys in the big moments?
Let's have a look then at how tonight's going to break down. These are the groups that are in play. Derek Coulson, Tommy Lishman, Scott Baker, Group 1, Andreas Harrison, Keegan Brown and Steve West in a hotly anticipated Group 2. This is how the odds break down. And Scott, I'd love to get your synopsis on it. Andreas Harrison goes off 2-1 favourite. Firstly, is that justified in your eyes? And secondly, is there anybody that could represent a bit of value this evening?
Yeah, I mean, Andreas is, justified probably at 2-1, mainly because of what he's done here previously. So the bookies will know that he performs here on this stage, and players have venues that they really enjoy, and this is one that really makes it work for him. For me tonight there, Keegan Brown at 6-1, I think that's an absolute bargain of a price. And if he turns up and he starts finding himself and feeling his mojo, we know he has the levels, we know he has the quality. And I've known him for a long time, and usually the bigger the game, the better he is. So tonight could absolutely suit him down to the ground.
It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Right, throughout the course of the series, we've been announcing the pairings for the second incarnation of the international pairs here at the Live Lounge in Porto. The tournament will take place from the 25th to the 30th of August, and of course, as ever, you can watch the action live here on Pluto TV. England were announced as the next nation to compete in the tournament on Wednesday, and we can now reveal the players that are going to be involved. And it's fair to say, well, we might have hit the jackpot.
I thought to myself, if I can beat him over that distance, I can beat anybody. And obviously then the month after, well, I won the world. It's a roller coaster of life, but you reap the rewards if you do well.
And the bronze has done it, Steve Beaton!
That first dart was perfect for Steve. And he finds his second max of the contest. And this
Tried the bailout job. Oh, he could.
And shot the full flag, Steve Beaton!
Wow. A rescue act from Steve Beaton.
It's time.
After 2 years away, Adrian Lewis is making his competitive return to darts, and he's going to be making his competitive return at the Modus Super Series. He's going to partner up alongside the 1996 world champion Steve Beaton, representing Team England. He's got some former adversaries as well. Richie Burnett, they had a famous game at Minehead a few years ago. Him and Devon Peterson have had their trials and tribulations on tour as well. So there's going to be some old friends involved as he represents Team England. And a reminder, that tournament is going to start on Monday, the 25th of August. So for Adrian, it's a return to the competitive game after a couple of years away, the two-time world champion, beginning phase 2 of his career. Earlier on this week, he caught up with Chris Murphy to talk about his return and how much he's looking forward to playing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Edwin, the secret is finally out. It's just been announced that you are going to be on the stage at the Modus Super Series. First of all, how much are you looking forward to it?
Certainly am. Yeah, can't wait to get on there now. I'll put a lot of practice, you know, from now until then. Make sure I'm sharp enough, and yeah, just to go out there and enjoy it.
Right, you've got a teammate. It's in the international pairs week. You're going to be playing with Steve Beaton, representing England. You've done that many times before. That aspect of it, does that make it easier, harder? How do you feel about that?
Do you know, that's a tough question. I haven't really thought about that. I haven't thought that. I thought that for God. Yeah, we'll be all right, me and Steve. I think you know we're experienced enough for deal with it.
It's obviously a really long-awaited announcement. I know you said earlier in the year that you intended to play in the Super Series.
Yeah.
The most asked question is when is Adrian Lewis playing? What are your expectations?
My expectations are just go up there and enjoy it. If I'm enjoying it, I've got a great chance. I've just got, like I say, just sharpen up. It might take me, you know, a couple of games to get into it, but as soon as I find my stride, I'm hoping to do, you know, play well.
Are you a fan of the Modus Super Series? Have you watched?
I have watched little bits of it. Yeah, certainly have. Yeah, there's some great averages and great players on there. So I'm looking forward to joining the club. Yeah.
So you're certainly not expecting to have it easy.
No, definitely not. No. I don't think anything's easy indoors, is it?
However, that experience of being a 4-time World Cup winner for England, I know you had Phil Taylor in your corner as well, but you had a huge part to play indoors. What would it mean for you to get up on that stage representing England and get another title?
Yeah, well, I didn't think it was going to be possible. So give this, you know, have this opportunity, for get back on the stage and represent my country. I'm going to take it with both hands and go for it.
Is this a big comeback, or is this just let's see how it goes?
I think is it a big comeback? It's certainly on the right steps. You know, I'm on the right way. Yeah.
Perfect. We look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Well, it's been a couple of years in the making, but Adrian Lewis is going to make his competitive return here at the end of August. And look, a sport with Adrian Lewis involved is a better sport, isn't it, Scott?
Absolutely. He's one of life's characters as well. And sometimes you forget what he actually brought to the game. We've been hearing that he's been back playing exhibitions and playing exceedingly well, enjoying himself, playing with a smile on his face. He's without doubt the most natural dart player the game has ever produced. And I think that to have him back within the sport and it to be starting here at the Live Lounge is just excellent for everybody involved with darts.
That's the story of his career so far, but this is the beginning of the second phase of the career of Adrian. Now, Matt, you've been involved, or you've had something similar happen in your career where, obviously for you, it was a bit more based on injury, where you had a bit of a layoff and then it took you a little bit of time to come back into the game again. What is it like when you step back into that arena for the first time? Do you remember your memories of doing that?
I do, and you know I can really relate to this, and I feel a little bit for Adrian. This is the biggest coup, by the way, in Super Series history, having Adrian Lewis here, and that's a problem in itself. This is exciting. You know, we're on the accelerator, on the gas. Let's take it off for a moment and put the brakes on, because actually, Adrian Lewis is going to be riddled with doubt. I tell you now, two-time world champion, that won't matter, because he's been away for so long. He won't remember being the two-time world champion. He's not that same person no more. People change, people evolve. Mentalities change and evolve. You're not the same person you was 5 years ago. Adrian Lewis is not the same person who won those world championships. When he comes here, when he goes on that stage, the week before coming here, he's going to know there's lots of eyes on him. There's going to be lots of eyes and attention on this because he's a big marquee player. He's a huge name in the game. He's a legend of the game. One of the top 10 players of all time. And he's going to go on there and he's going to know that people are going to judge him against that reputation. And he's going to be riddled with doubt. He's going to be riddled with fear. I guarantee you, when he comes here, he'll be nervous. He'll be butterflies. He's got a good partner in Steve Beaton. that's going to help as well. I think coming in on a pairs week is going to be good. I think he needs to start well. If he starts well, he'll settle well. But a lot of it's going to be how it begins. If it begins bad, panic could kick in.
In fact, it's a pairs week as well. The fact he's got Steve Beaton alongside him, will that just ease him back into competitive life again?
I think that will help him. I think long term, I think that will help him. Coming back in here as an individual, I think would have been really, really difficult. But coming back in here with a sense of feeling that you don't want to let your partner down either, but you've got your partner there to give you a G up. If you hit a bad score, your partner hits a good one, you can kind of bounce off of him. And Beaton is such a good scorer, such a consistent player, that I think that's going to help AD no end.
So tickets have actually gone on sale for International Pairs 2. Head over to www.dartshop.tv to obtain them. We'll have the QR code as well available throughout the course of the night. And on top of your ticket for the Saturday night finale for that competition, Adrian Lewis is also going to be in audience prior to the night's play, and he'll be joining the 16-time world champion Phil Taylor for it. So back to tonight's action here at the Super Series, and we can have a look at the groups that are in play because the first game is about to get underway. In fact, the two players stood behind us. Derek Coulson takes on Scott Baker in match 1. Tommy Lishman, the other player in that group, whilst in group 2, Andreas Harrison, Keegan Brown and Steve West will go head-to-head. Right, we better shut up because the players have been warming up for a good couple of minutes now. Match number 1 is a meeting between Derek Coulson and Scott Baker. Matt and Scott are going to make their way to the commentary box for all of the night shenanigans. Who is going to join an illustrious Champions Week cast? Game 1 is a meeting between Derek Coulson and Scott Baker. Derek looking to make it through to 4 consecutive Champions Week, do something that no player's ever done in this building before. Up against him, Scott Baker, a man who's played in all the biggest stages, a man that's threatened Lakeside Glory in the past, but he's looking for his first win on this particular stage. It's DC against SB, and in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, the action underway, that major announcement, but now the story goes to who's going to be picking up this weekly title, who's going to be joining the Champions Week lineup. Scott Baker, it's not been the best of weeks for him. He started it exceptional, but just sort of tailed off towards the back end of that Group C. Ended up getting through by the skin of his teeth. He didn't even realise he had qualified at the time. Ended up being told by the referee at the end of the game. Our referee today, Owen Binks, for not all of the games, but the majority of them.
Derek to throw first. Game on.
But Scott Baker is going to have to pick it up, you feel, and it's going to have to be in the scoring stakes. When we take a look at the doubles and the checkout percentages for Scott Baker this week, just shy of the 33%, which is where we say you need to be at the Super Series. But averaging for the week over his 10 games, just 80. That puts him 3 darts behind Derek Coulson. So he's going to have to find a little bit on the scoring, don't you think, Scott?
Yeah, I do. And when you just look at what he was doing towards the end of the week as well, he had tailed off a bit even more. So the fact of the matter is, he's got in out to the Saturday night. And we all feel like it, Matt. We've been here. We've qualified 3 weeks. We've made Saturday nights. And it all feels a little bit like the floor show to get in here and making the show. That's what it's all about. And turning up and trying to get it right and believing you can get it right. We do see sometimes the unexpected happen here on a Saturday night, but we know because it's a week-long tournament, usually the form guide is not a million miles away from what happens on a Saturday night because you bring the confidence through with you.
Confidence, great word as well, and that might be something Scott Baker maybe a little bit void of if he was to look at it in regards to how that week has gone so far. But I think when you're coming into it playing well, you're full of confidence. When you're not, you've kind of got to dismiss what happened in the week, haven't you? And essentially, it's all about tonight. Nothing else really matters. The others are just qualifiers to get to what is the showcase piece on a Saturday.
And it's also very difficult to play this first game. So if you've won Group A, I've been lucky enough to win a Group A here, and you come out and you open the show as the winner of Group A, you haven't played for a couple of days where your opponent has usually had those extra games under their belt as well. So the first game here can be a big leveller, the way that the format works.
There's also a little bit of fear in there, isn't there? Because obviously how the format works, you're worried about taking that heavy defeat. You get broke early. Panic can sit in. And this might be a break early. It is a break early. Scott Baker, we said two things need to happen. He's going to have to tighten up the doubles. He's going to have to improve the scoring. He's kicked off with a 14-darter. He's bringing it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The man from Tipton there. A lovely 93 shot out. Spent a bit of time with Scott when we were back in the BDO days. And it was at times he was just red hot, and you'd watch him and he would be going through the motions and he'd be so difficult to play. And then the next minute you'd watch him and think, where's it all gone? It could be 2 games later and you've watched him do 200 averages and then he'll drop off and get got, and you couldn't sort of put your finger on where or why it happened to him.
One of the most underrated characters as well in the sport. I've shared a few practice rooms with him, and I've been howling in laughter. He's just got such a dry wittiness.
He has indeed. I remember going through an airport with him, and I have to be honest, and he had hand luggage. Somebody else took the bags for him, so obviously we're going to the X-ray machine, and there was something in the bag that was causing a problem with the X-ray machine, and it turned out to be a set of pink hair straighteners, which obviously I told him I would never, his secret was safe with me, 90. And I would never let that out. I'm so sorry, Scott.
Is that the first time you've let it out as well?
It is the first time I've ever told it. 45. Yeah, we were the last two to go through in the bunch of 20 or 30 that were travelling together on the same flight. So, yeah, I was the very last one. He was the one in front of me, so I had to watch him unpack his bag and his pink hair straighteners. Which, to be fair, I wear pink shirts, so I was proud of him, to be honest.
You didn't help him out and say, "No, they're mine, it's all right."
Well, no, I had really, really short hair at the time.
Maybe a very short-lived break of throw.
133. Derek, you require 40.
Well, like you say, Coulson is a cool and calm, collected character, and Coulson also has just carried on his way, hasn't he? He hasn't let that 93 upset him.
Game show the second
gone and broken straight back.
Derek Coulson.
And this is what he does.
Third leg, it's Derek to
This
throw
is what he
first.
does. He doesn't look
Game
flustered,
on.
never looks flustered on the board. And it also doesn't give a great deal away. So when you're playing him as an opponent, I've played him in the seniors, and you've got no idea what he's feeling or what he's thinking, because if you're a player that doesn't watch the board, you can't tell from his walk or his movement, because you're not watching the board, whether he's hit a 180
83.
or a 26, because he moves in exactly the same way on both.
Don't you just hate playing those sort of players as well?
Gets on your nerves a bit, doesn't it? You're trying to find something to bounce off of, and there's nothing.
100.
I think I always gave that award to Steve Brown, the bomber from Bristol, because it didn't matter whether Steve Brown was playing bad or poor. The shoulders were back, the chest was out, he had a walk, he had a bit of walk where he just sort of shown confidence regardless of what was happening.
Yeah. Top man, Steve Brown, obviously. Doing big things in the game right now with JDC.
Yeah, plenty of young players coming through. We've actually got our next generation week in the near future, haven't we? Where we're going to see a lot of the top young talents taking it to the Super Series stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're coming through that JDC system, which he has nurtured over the years to get right. Talking about getting it right. Didn't need to go 11 ball with Baker back on 193.
And you know, that was my fear about this game. When we look at how the week's gone, we look at the numbers, my fear was always that Derek Coulson's going to be on a finish and Baker's not, and he's going to be in a situation where he's going to have 6 darts. He had that in the last 32. Where he's allowed a set-up shot, and he's been afforded it again here. 3 darts to set things up, down to the double after 12. This is not solid, this is quality.
24. Scott, you require 115.
That's unusual, him missing with 3 darts, and it's offered Baker an opportunity, and quick as a flash.
95.
Nearly made
Derek,
Coulson pay.
8.
You feel they've got to go, though. Those sort of shots, those sort of opportunities. We may be discussing that exact moment in a few moments' time.
Game show on the third leg. Derek Colson. Four-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
Tommy Lishman, the other player in this group. He had a good campaign in Group B, came through in second place alongside Steve West, who we'll see next. Kick-starting proceedings in Group 2 against Keegan Brown.
140.
But there's just so many different stories out there tonight, isn't there? So many different journeys. I used to say this all the time with the Pro Tour, 128 players turned up, but it was 128 different stories. Not everyone was there thinking they was going to win the title. And I feel like that's kind of the story tonight. We've got 6 players here, but I don't think everyone believes their hands are going to be on the trophy at the end. I think some are here to try and get as far as they can, try and take as much as they can from the evening, where Coulson, I think, comes to a week and just it's I win or I don't. There's no other result for Derek Coulson.
Yeah, no grey area in between. Very black and white, isn't it, for him? And again, I mentioned it at the top of the show. He's one of those players that's at an age where he feels everything is a bonus within darts for him now. He knows he's playing well. He's enjoying getting a go at the likes of Merv King in the World Senior Championships back in February and showing what he's got. And undoubtedly, that was probably the best game average-wise of the championship at the World Senior. So we know he has pedigree, we know he likes the big game, and we know he has the bottle to do it.
But look at the scoreboard again. Derek Coulson, 6 starts here. So he's afforded that setup play again. Just outscoring Scott Baker.
Yeah, it's these short irons into the green, isn't it? His setup play is so good and solid. You don't see him going for 18s and hitting a 4. He's just solid. He's always hitting the big number and giving himself the best opportunity.
Game show on the fourth leg.
If he carries on like this, he's going to have a very good opportunity tonight, averaging exactly 99 at this point. And it's not like Scott Baker's not asking any resistance. Baker's averaging 94.53, and other than that opening leg, has not even looked like landing a blow.
No, absolutely. Baker's not been too shabby at all
100
in this game, and maybe that's why Coulson stayed on it like he has. And it's the ability that he has. He's done a couple of ton averages already this week. Are we going to see another here in this one? And there are the averages on screen. And just every time I see Coulson, I just feel I get more and more impressed with him.
You feel more comfortable. You feel more trusting in Derek Coulson. Because when you do it once, you go, okay, you've done it once. He does it again and again and again, and not just in one place. He's now doing it in multiple arenas, multiple settings.
Yeah, and when you saw it the first time, I think there was probably lots of people that thought, yeah, come on. We've seen Derek do all right on the floor. Now he's had one good go on the stage. Can he repeat it? Is this going to be the best week ever of his life? He's proved it. He's proved that it's where he should be playing. He loves that big moment. Yeah, we've seen him on the World Seniors a bit nervous early doors, but he's used that to make him play well here.
180.
I asked the question again I asked earlier. How many more Derek Coulsons are there out there? Local heroes that just don't do the travelling, haven't committed to the circuit. I bet there's tons of them out there.
100.
There is a healthy tour out there. There is a healthy tour running in 2025 out there for the over 50s.
140.
Yeah, I think there are more of him. I really do. I think there are more than him. And having been in the room over the last couple of years, I've seen them and met them.
89.
With the 115 opportunity a couple of legs ago for Scott Baker, sort of turned the game. This is a must-go shot. Tops one dart in hand. He finds it. What a dart that is for Scott Baker. He's just been hit with everything from Derek Coulson, but he's offering resistance. And good to see from Baker there that he's actually playing this game with a smile on his face, actually really enjoying the battle, which after you've not been on a stage like this for a period of time, you do really enjoy the fight.
Like you say, he is quite a funny, comical character anyway. And he can also be a quiet character sat in the corner. He can be whatever Scotty wants to be.
140.
He's one of those that doesn't comply to what anybody wants him to be. He's just whatever he is on the day. And I think that's very difficult to do in the darting industry.
Unapologetically himself.
That's perfect. Perfectly put. That's exactly what he is. And I suppose when you look at Derek Coulson, we can say that both guys are probably a similar ilk in this one. I think they're both very similar to that.
And what they're showing right now is that they are exceptional dart players. Tony Sorensen there, he's been here all week. Made his debut at the Super Series, joining us from Denmark. He actually gave us a bit of merchandise as well. Don't think you'll be fitting into one of those, Scotty Mitchell?
I think you're supposed to hang them in your car, aren't they? They were like really, really cool back in the day. You had a little football shirt in your car, and now they're doing dart shirts like it.
Yeah, for clarification, it's a Tony Sorensen shirt that I can just about fit my hand in. Sort of like a finger puppet shirt. Good branding.
You could put it over a bottle of beer, maybe, to keep it cool.
Nice idea.
85.
This is the most important 3 darts of the game.
Coulson just showing signs there.
125.
Baker is starting to frustrate him, and there'd be nothing more frustrating for him than Baker hitting that big 5 and following it with 2 big treble 20s.
$99.
Well, he's left it handy. He's asked the question, can Scott Baker take us the distance? It's just 1 dart in the last leg. It's going to be 1 dart again at tops.
31.
Just grazes the top wire.
Derek, you require 36.
You just saw him have a second to think about that, didn't you, before he threw it? Because Coulson is now on the match-winning double. It's Derek Coulson who wins our first game in Group 1 tonight. It's a 4-2 win over Scott Baker. Scott Baker, look at that, 91.99 for him. But it's the 94.14. Derek Coulson doing what Derek Coulson does. We'll head into a short break and we'll see you on the other side with Andreas Harrison taking on Steve West.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Derek Coulson got the night's action started with a 4-2 victory over Scott Baker. Next up, it is a battle of two men that combined have won 9 weekly titles. You put everything together, there's 11 championships in this building between Andreas Harrison and Steve West. Well, let's hear from both players now. I caught up with them earlier on this evening.
Take your time.
Steve, one of those weeks where some of the darts have been really good and some of it maybe you'd want to forget?
Yesterday, completely. I want to forget everything about it. I mean, I'm not going to say I felt bad because I felt really good, and every dart I threw felt good, but I just could not stop it in a wire. No treble would go in. It's one of them days. You've got to move on. Take it tonight, eh? See what happens.
This is a bit different anyway, Saturday night for you. And we've seen in the past, you can do things in different ways. You can come through weeks dominating groups. You can also come through weeks where you're also not at your best. Does that experience actually help when it comes to a night like tonight? Of course it does. Absolutely, 100%. And I've got to draw on every bit of experience I've got tonight to try and get a result in any game I play. And hopefully at the end of it, it's worked out and I'm taking home a check. So, you know, yesterday I've got right off, got to forget it. Playing players that, you know, in my eyes at this moment in time, they're better than me. So I've just got to make a little bit of a fight of it, make a fist of it, beat them, show them what I can do, and hopefully get the results. Andreas, another Saturday night here at the Super Series. Let's talk about the week so far and how you felt you played this week.
Upside, up and down, very much up and down. I think some lovely games and some not so good, but yeah.
You must have been really pleased with the way you played last night.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Felt really good. Felt like I couldn't miss.
And I suppose for yourself, coming to this stage of the week, you're getting towards Saturday, how much is it a good feeling for yourself that actually the better darts are coming later on in the week?
Yeah, of course, that feels good. Yeah. You always wanted the best day to be the Saturday, if you get to the Saturday, so... Yeah, hopefully it's like that. Hopefully I can improve a couple of darts more.
So it's game 2 of the night. It is a meeting between Andreas Harrison and Steve West, two of the most successful players in this building, but who is going to take the opening spoils tonight? Let's find out with Scott Mitchell and Matthew Edgar.
What a really good, open, honest, refreshing interview that was there from Steve West. A fascinating listen to where he believes the players in this group are playing better than him. And if that's what he believes, he'd be right. It's backed up with the statistics as well. Andreas Harrison, throughout the campaign of the week, has been playing statistically better than Steve West. But we know, Cup final night, that all goes out the window. Steve West has won this 5 times before. He knows how to get the job done. He's got plenty of support in the crowd. He's looking over there for a little bit of inspiration. And quite possibly may like being the underdog. But you may notice we've substituted Owen Binks out. We're going to be watching this
Thank
with
you, ladies
George
and gentlemen.
Baker
First leg,
refereeing.
it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
But does Steve West's interview there just take the pressure off him a little bit?
I think you pick up and make a very good point. I think it does to a certain extent. If we go back to the Steve West that probably we say in the last year, I think he's been playing some exceptional darts, and when we know that he's been hitting
100
9 darters here and things like that, and he had a period where he really was in his purple patch, wasn't he? And he was turning heads, and we were all going, wow,
59.
where has this Steve West come from? Is it a case that maybe he's not quite in his purple patch at the moment and he got used to playing like that and wants to play like that all the time?
49.
Or is he being more realistic about where he is at the moment? He's recently moved house, moved down here closer to Portsmouth, away
81.
from the area he was. Certain things in life we know as you get a little bit older change your outlook, and that's that changed things a little bit. Until he settled down to be living in the area a little bit more. Who knows?
Well, we spoke earlier on about Adrian Lewis coming back to the sport, and I said just take the foot off the accelerator and just pump the brakes a little bit, because
100.
when you've been away from the sport for a while and you come back, it can take a little bit of time to settle in. We know Steve West had to put the darts down for a period of time to go off operation, to have hip surgery. Hasn't quite felt the same since. Be a different version of Steve West than the one that's won these weekly titles before.
53.
But it's a version of Steve West that's got an opportunity to break Andreas Harrison, the favourite to win the night, in the opening leg.
48.
Yeah, what you have to be careful with this game is that you don't bring your own anxiety through expectation of what
21.
you're expecting yourself to do. That could easily happen
24.
with dart players. And it takes so long to gain that confidence. And it's so quick to lose it.
18.
Yeah, I think we might have
Andreas, you require 7.
saw a little bit of that there for Steve West, pulling one dart. Took a little bit of time over the last one, just trying to find some comfort.
3.
Andreas Harrison not punishing here. He's
Steve,
had
you
7
require
visits to the
6.
board. There is very little, or very few times, should I say, where you're going to be getting 7 visits to break Andreas Harrison.
2.
It's an extremely slow start from both, I think, is the
Andreas,
fairest
you require
assumption.
4. Game
But
shot
that
the
right
first
there
leg.
is the problem,
Andreas
because you feel
Harrison.
if both these players play at the peak of their powers right now, this game's going to go towards Andreas Harrison.
Second
So when
leg, it's
Andreas
Steve to
Harrison
throw
is not
first.
at the peak
Game
of his
on.
powers, Steve West has to cash in those chances. And that could be a missed opportunity. Short format games. That could be his chance.
100.
Yeah, it could well be. Because you do see sometimes...
95.
I remember Bobby George telling me many moons ago when I was on the video circuit and just turned up. And he said, those scrappy legs, when you win
100.
them, doesn't matter whether they're 21 dart legs, 28 dart legs, they put a 1 on your side. He said, you don't get those back. You usually got to hit a 12 darter to get one back when you've given one away.
140.
And that's kind of stuck with me for the last 15 years. And, you see it happen time and time again.
120.
Oh no, when things aren't going right, things like that happen for you. Steve West knocked a treble 20 out with a treble 20. So now instead of being on a finish and instead of being on a gettable finish like the 1-2-1, it's now a situation where Andreas Harrison's going to be first down. That's just a bit of bad luck, a bit of bad fortune there for Westy. But you tend to notice it more when you're not quite 100%.
96.
It's like the noise in the crowd as well, isn't it? There'll be a noise in the crowd or a noise of your opponent maybe rattled his darts accidentally in his hand. And when you're not
89.
quite on it, you hear
Steve,
those
you
things.
require
When you're
85.
absolutely in the zone, a bomb can go off by the side of you and you don't know it's happening.
Yes. 65.
Almost looked like he was
Andreas, you
stretching
require
there,
40.
didn't it, Steve West?
Game shot in the second leg.
Comfortably
Andreas
letting it
Harrison.
go, but you said you'd have to find something around about the 12 dart range. That was a 5-visit
Third
block.
leg is
Andreas
Andreas to
Harrison, a
throw first.
13 dart
Game
break.
up.
And the danger here for Steve West is the potential of a heavy defeat. He'd then kind of be hoping that Andreas
43.
Harrison could go beat Keegan Brown and give him just a showdown with Keegan Brown for the spot.
And you know what happens. You've been in this situation. If you're not careful, you then start
140.
thinking, I just need to get a leg. I just need to get this. And then before you know it, the game has got away from you because your mindset has totally gone haywire.
78.
And you're all of a sudden playing the situation rather than playing the board.
You can panic, can't you? That's all it is, just panic in a very short window of time.
It is a sheer blind
140.
panic for a period of 2 or 3 minutes, and sometimes that means the game is gone, particularly on this best-of-7 format.
Well, if he is panicking, he's responding well to it here.
85.
Back-to-back 140s for Steve West on the Harrison throw.
Like I say, he's never been one to go away, Westy.
137.
Doing all he could to reduce the
100.
deficit here from
Steve, you
2-0.
require 84. $72.
He really isn't happy about something.
$83. Steve, you require 12.
Well, let's put Andreas Harrison in range for Steve West making
Game
mistakes.
shot
He
the
has
third
got over the
leg,
line there,
Steve
got his first leg on the board. But it's took him 11 darts at the double of which to find that. That's going to have to
Fourth leg,
tighten
Steve
up
to
if he's
throw
going to turn
first.
this one around.
Game on.
Yeah, because you're not expecting to get opportunities like that off the back of Andreas Harrison the way that he plays here. There is
57.
definitely something frustrating Steve West.
$41.
I suppose that's the danger of the quiet rooms, isn't it? You kind of pick up on any sort of movement, any sort of
100.
dropping of the glass on the table. Everything just amplifies, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does here on the small sort of venues. It can happen in big venues, actually, in
140.
moments where the whole crowd goes absolutely quiet and you hear a chair squeak or something. It can be over the other side of the hallway, you know. It
100.
just has to catch you at the wrong moment.
I am going to say, though, as well, in this sort of setting, you are going to hear noise. You've got to expect that. That's part and parcel of having an audience in
60.
here. There are going to be little noises, little interactions. We can see the crowd very respectful here, sat enjoying the action.
120.
I think Westy's got a rubber point in one of those, hasn't he?
$140. Steve, you require 124. $99. Andreas, you require 120.
Well, if Steve wasn't happy before, this would hurt. That's inviting. Oh, tops for Andreas Harrison for a 120.
Game
Westy
shot
had
the
his
fourth
arm
leg.
in the air.
Andreas
He
Harrison.
thought it was going to go. It has. Big shot, big moment for Andreas
leg is
Harrison.
Andreas
A breaker
to throw
throw.
first.
Now full
Game on.
control. And the story of the night, the narrative of the night was head and shoulders, we said. Andreas Harrison and Derek Coulson was from the rest of the pack. And they have both come out swinging tonight.
135.
Yeah, both laid their stall down, aren't they? It could so easily have been the other way had that first leg gone the other way.
140.
Could have been Harrison chasing the game, but it hasn't turned out to be that way. And it's all about getting in your groove. And
121.
when your opponent's going 140, yes, they do hurt, but when the scoreline is 3-1 to yourself, you don't quite panic so much.
125.
Throw with a bit more freedom.
180.
There's no freedom here. Andreas Harrison is serving it up to Steve West. Once again, just like the opening game, Scott Baker, a good performance against Coulson, but coming up a bit dry. Steve West averaging 95
40.
here. He's not playing bad
Andreas,
darts.
you require 65.
No. It is frustrating. And when you think that he's had a couple of trebles on the floor and a double as well,
Game shot and the
all
match,
the more
Andreas
frustrating.
Harrison.
And there's nothing more frustrating than your opponent keep going out first dart after having lots and lots of darts at a double in leg one. And that's exactly what Andreas Harrison has done. He came out to win his first game. 4-1 it goes in the way. And look at the averages. There's nothing between the two of them. 92.04 for Harrison, 92.88 for West. It was just a few doubles in the middle. We head off to a short break, and when we return, we were back with second game of Group 1 with Scott Baker taking on Tommy Leishman.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
require
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 2 games down on this Saturday night. And before the break, Andreas Harrison got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 1. That was after a 4-2 win for Derek Coulson against Scott Baker. Game 3 is Baker up against Leishman. Tommy Leishman will qualify if he wins this game against Scott Baker, whilst Baker needs a 4-0 or 4-1 victory to go through. Let's hear from Tommy now ahead of his first match of the evening as he spoke to me earlier on. Tommy, here we go. Another finals night for yourself here at the Super Series. You must have been happy in terms of your performances in Group B, but must have felt as if that was a little bit hard work in the end.
Yeah, it was. I played well. There was some games that I let slip. I haven't played a lot recently. I was saying this last night. It was just, I'm happy to get through. Really happy to get through.
Do you feel like you're beginning to play yourself into a little bit of form?
Yeah, I feel like the second night was better than I had a couple of good games in the first night, but second night I was more consistent. I felt better in myself. I felt like I went up with an air of confidence in me in the second night. Every game, I know I didn't play that great in the first game, but I was confident I was going to play well, and it probably shone through really.
Is that a nice feeling for yourself? Something that you feel like, okay, I've not played for a while, but when I go out there, I'm feeling good about things.
Yeah, and that stemmed from the start of the year. Like, I never expected such a good start to the year, but from the first day of the challenge start, the confidence just came, and everything stemmed from that. All of a sudden, I was going to events and thinking, I'm one of the ones to beat here, and I just kept winning. Like, even when I come here last time, I was in Group C. I felt like the man to beat. I only come second in the group. I didn't win the week, but I believed I was good enough, and I believed that they was looking at me maybe as the man to beat.
Do you feel like a different player in 2025?
Yeah, 100%. I know I've always been good. I would always back myself. It's just this year, something happened. Q School wasn't successful. However, I put it right straight away at the Challenge Tour, and then as I've been invited to Pro Tours, I'm sort of proving that I think I can play there. I've been 3 board finals in 7 events. I'm proving I can mix it with the better players over longer formats. I'm just confident. I'm confident every time I play.
Do the parameters change when it comes to things like finals night as well? Where in the past, I know the first goal was to get here, is now it shifted to actually lifting that little bit of silver at the end of the night.
Yeah, the first time I was here, I was just happy to be in finals night. Last time, I felt like I could win it. I didn't win it. I was very disappointed. I was more disappointed when I got back to the house. I thought, I've let it slip. I really fancied myself. Same again tonight. You've got 6 fantastic players in there, but everything's flowing. Everybody's having a laugh. I think it'll get more serious as the night goes on, but there's 6 players in there, and you can tell all 6 believe they can win tonight. So it's dog eat dog, really.
Wish you all the best, Tommy. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
One advantage. Perfect. Double 10. Delightful. Absolutely delightful.
Is the big fish going to go again? Yes, it is! Tommy Lishman on the big stage.
Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9 darters? Goodness gracious! Wow!
Tommy Lishman!
Game number 3 of the night, it is Scott Baker against Tommy Lishman. It's all on the line for the mod. He has to get the better of Tommy here, otherwise it is game over. In commentary, Scott Mitchell and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, the first game that we've got some permutations to discuss. Scott Baker loses and he's gone. Tommy Lishman, maybe not the player of which you want to play. A bit of a free roll, you could say, in the sense of Tommy Lishman, because he knows he's got another game to go. However, that would be against Derek Coulson, who beat Scott Baker in our opening game by 4 legs to 2. But I said last night when we had a bit of a chat with
First
Tommy
leg,
Lishman.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on!
Grabbed a few minutes with him before the conclusion of the session, and that interview and the one we've just seen had a real keen takeaway for me. He had them with a big smile across his face. This is a guy who's really enjoying his darts and enjoying his time at the Super Series.
41.
Yeah, very much so. I met him a couple of years ago playing county darts and against Humberside, and
100.
Yeah, he's a likeable character. There's no 2 ways about it. And I've watched him develop over the last couple of years, and what I like about him. And I don't mean this in a derogatory way in any way, shape or form. The rise has not been a really quick, rapid rise. It's been nice, slow, steady pace where he's gradually improved and gradually improved. We see a lot of players that it all happens for them quickly and straight away, and then all of a sudden it starts to fall off and they fall off the wagon and they kind of lose that game and never recover. But for me, I think the way that it's worked for Tommy has worked for him perfectly, and it's worked for his character and the way that he plays.
I'm going to pick up on that with a very controversial point in the next 120. Because Scott Baker's got an opportunity here at the 120. He did have an opportunity. That's now come and gone.
Tommy require 80.
Interesting play with the last start there. Clearly showing us that he's a double 16s, man. See, I've said before with this is unnecessary. To be going top stops, the way his darts lie, he's blocking up the target, the risk of missing the board, not keen.
Game show on the first leg, Scott Baker.
Yeah, punished really well. I mean, that situation. Do you know, I had this with a player on Monday night.
Second leg is Tommy to
Thursday
throw
night,
first.
sorry, in our Thursday
Game
night
on.
league, where he had 80 left and he went off towards the treble 16, and his opponent was on 70, and his opponent went out on the 70, and he didn't even get a dart at it. So this situation with the 80, you've got to go 20-20 and back yourself. You've got to go that route. It's no question that any other route is right
100.
at the time. If you're not on a double, your opponent's not on a double, absolutely go that route. But tops there was a little bit cheeky. Being first leg as well, and you're a bit cold.
57.
Yeah, maybe if you were 3-0 up, might have tried it, but nah.
It was silly. Controversial
59.
statement time. You were saying there about players and sort of getting things too quick. I think that's potentially one of the problems with the youth system going through. Because as a youth player, you're no longer going up against those top tour card holders that are available, so you're playing in a different field. Then all of a sudden you're in the Grand Slam, you're in the World Championships, you're playing on major stages, you get the sponsorship interest because of it. Then the next year, once you come of age, now you can't use that system.
82.
You've now got to qualify playing the best players in the world week in, week out. And then you say, I'm not in the World, but I was in that last year, so I'm going backwards. I'm not in the Grand Slam. I was in that, I'm going backwards.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really valid point that you make. I think for anybody that's been around the game for any amount of time, I think that is the fear with the way that the youth system comes through, and they are saying if you're good, you're old enough if you're good enough. And I think that's the fear for me, where back in our day you were that age and you were going, there's no rush, you've got all the time in the world, blah blah blah. But this day and age, you seem to be fast tracked if you're good enough.
Yeah, definitely. I want a little bit more open. Just shuffling across like a typewriter across the hockey, but
Scott, you
further and
require
further away.
139.
The beauty is Scott Baker a long way away, but he's capable. Another opportunity for Tommy Lishman, but the missed double starting to add up. Now 0 from 4. Just taking an extra bit of time, assessing the situation, trying to make sure, but needs a big adjustment here.
8.
Dare I say nervy darts, those.
20.
We were zooming in close on his face there, and on his face,
Game on the second
he felt
leg.
he was going to get it.
Scott
Was he
Baker.
throwing at it, or was he throwing for it?
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I covered Tommy Lishman in Group B, and at no point in that group did he employ that tactic we just saw
100.
right there, where he stood back and sort of tried to take a bit more time. Strikes me as someone who plays with rhythm, like that, straight to the hockey and throw.
125.
Some players don't suit slowing things down and taking that extra moment. They just suit just getting on, just trust the process.
It's all about having a system and a rhythm that suits you, and for me,
76.
you can develop a rhythm of the whole throw. Not just the 3 darts that you throw, you can develop a rhythm on taking the darts out of the board. You can develop a rhythm on walking round and back to behind your opponent. You can do it in whatever way you wish to do it. There is no rule.
100.
So you can develop your own rhythm and style by breaking down the 3 attributes: the throw, the return, and the
57.
approach.
Tommy, you require
When you say there's no rule,
160.
do you know there's not even a rule that you have to stand behind your opponent there?
Yeah, I've found that out. I was just going to watch this a second. I was just about to say, what a way to introduce yourself to the game. A 160 Leishman there.
That is a big slip. He had the option there, so he could have missed high, and 8 would have still left him a dart at the double.
32. Tommy required 40. Game shot on the third leg. Tommy Lishman.
Yeah, and it offered an opportunity, didn't it?
Full flag, it's Tommy to throw
The
first.
simple things right, the big numbers.
But I would say with Scott Baker, there's been times this week where he's had opportunities to make things easy for himself, to go through situations. There was a game earlier in the week. He was 2-0 up, should have been 3-0 up, missed about 7 darts, and then went 21 darts without even finding a treble.
Yeah, that can happen because you know you're still, you know that the player is still going all through his mind, isn't it? He's going, I couldn't hit this, I couldn't hit that, I couldn't hit this. And then all of a sudden, when you put that negativity in your mind, all of a sudden you can't hit a treble 20 either.
It's one of those really weird sports, isn't it, where you're just constantly trying to disengage your brain.
100.
There are some forms of motorsport where they say, oh, I take my brain out, leave it in the toolbox, go and race my car, my bike or whatever, and I come back in and then pop the brain back in. And you feel that sometimes you need to do that with this. Just keep the game very simple.
Yeah, they say the more intelligent you are, the more you'll struggle, which is probably why I didn't reach the top 32.
And probably why I managed to win a world championship, maybe. I don't know.
140. Tommy, you require 164.
There's times and there's moments where you can make things a little bit more comfortable. And that's just left an invitation. I like this switch down there as well. 82 is significantly easier than 81. The application just wasn't quite there.
No, but the idea was right. You're absolutely on it.
50. Scott, you require 94.
Reminder here that this game means a lot more to Scott Baker than it does Tommy Lishman right now. Baker loses, he's out.
Yeah, and that mistake potentially cost him in the last leg, going 3-0.
34.
Just about to say he could have been finding himself at 2-2. Big moments for Baker.
Game shot on the fourth.
And he owned it. He owned the moment, didn't he? Straight out with the first dart.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Now Lishman's in all sorts of problems.
100.
There's always a bit of a mid-game scare, isn't there? A bit of a mid-game wobble. Is this now Baker coming out the other side?
135.
There were points in the game where you felt like in this one in particular, if you were on the one end, receiving end of this, you'd stand there in the next end and go, do you know what? I've done all that trying. I've done all of this. I've done all of that. I'm just going to throw. I'm not thinking now. I'm just going to throw.
That would be the advice for Tommy Lishman right now. That smile on the face he's just had in the interview, being here on Saturday night. Where's that Tommy Lishman? Because this one is trying too hard, trying to force, trying to push. And when you do that, you just slightly lose that release point. You lose the feel. And then you start to question yourself. Am I holding it in the same place? Do I need to move down the barrel? Maybe I'll just stand a little bit different. And you get so lost in mechanics.
83.
You can get lost in anything with this. I mean, like, Baker's already had a game and he's got the darts this game. So you can feel down on your luck that you haven't thrown yet. And you can get on top of yourself thinking, well, he's got the darts. We think of it every time we play and everything else. He's got the darts, so he should win it. Do you have a little bit of that when you're coming in here cold? It's one of those.
57. Tommy, you require 102.
Baker has left this perfectly handy. Robbie, if Baker wins this leg, he's through, isn't he?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Tommy Lishman. Sixth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Lishman. Wry smile from the Ginger Wonder.
Well, Scott Baker's not someone who
93.
works out the permutations. We know that because when he left the stage, you have to be told that he actually qualified. And all he needed was 2 legs in his final match. He got those. Then asked the question, am I in? Yes, you are, Scott. You're in Saturday night. Here he is. But
140.
had he known and worked out the permutations of how this works, had Tommy Lishman not took the 102, Scott Baker would have had 3 darts there to qualify. If he would have won this game by 4-0 or 4-1, he was through. Now, it could be a 9-dart shootout.
Well, it's out of his hands, isn't it, now? Because Leishman's got 2. But what it's also done is given Leishman the momentum, the incentive and the motivation
62.
to head on.
Tommy
And
required 88.
to go out of this game with 3 legs would not see him out of it. But, of course,
80.
Baker's going to be in all sorts of mire here at 3-3.
He hasn't needed much encouragement, has he? Tommy Lishman just needed the one moment, that one
Tommy
spark.
require 8.
And I suppose this is just that situation where you've got 2 players having 2 different scenarios, 2 different battles. Baker's
Game shown the 6
in the
leg.
corner,
Tommy
he's got
Lishman.
his back to the ropes. Lishman knows he's got another chance. This is it for
7th
Baker.
and final
Lose this leg
Scott
and it's
to throw
over.
first.
He is out.
Game on.
Coulson and Lishman go through Group 1.
He has to start this leg with a treble of some sort of size. There it is.
90.
That's unfortunate, but not bad darts. But it's all, and that depends on what Leishman does now. See what he does. He puts a 180 on a pinhead.
That is a touch of clash. Class, even. Touch of clash.
39.
The clash of the class.
Clashing.
It was the tungsten clashing that we all needed.
Or clashed into each other to get the 180. That's what I was trying to
41.
say. Yeah, you're right. You bailed me out there, Scott.
Not a problem, mate. I'm here all week next week, but you're not.
100.
Just found a bit of fluency, hasn't he? Just a little bit of rhythm in the arm, a little bit
100.
quicker.
He has, and I just feel that, like I say, he got to that point at 3-1 where he's going, well, you know, I've done all the trying.
60.
It's time to do something else. But the fear is when you get back to 3-3, the trying comes back.
Probably where that big maximum in the first shot there really helped settle him in. Oh, what a leg.
140.
A 140 setup player, 180 to open. That is 12 darts thrown. He's on the double. Baker's in trouble. This could be it for Scott Baker.
85. Tommy, you require 40.
Hesitation.
Once again, he did this before. This is to go through and send Baker home. It's Leishman that goes through from Group 1 alongside Derek Coulson. He's happy with that. Big mouthful of water as he comes off. He was 3-1 down. There's no reason why he wouldn't be happy with that. 91 average he ended up with, so that's around where you need to be to win these games. It's 4-3 win over Scott Baker, and he heads home. And we head off to a short break, and we'll return with Steve West taking on Keegan Brown.
And my boss basically said, we'll try and run a singles league from the pub. And he turned to me and said, you're going to have to be around to do supper. You might as well play. Well, it wasn't even you might as well play, it was you are playing. People are starting to watch back home a bit more now, and then it's the case of you're almost performing for them as well as you're performing for yourself. The players in the back room, I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to be in there with. I don't think that's me at all. I'm so understated. People want me coming out shooting webs and all, so I'm not doing that. Seaside sound, I think.
Ah, yes, Spivey man. Sam Spivey, the latest player in conversation in the Tungsten Talk series. That will premiere later on tonight. And he'll delve into the story of how he hates me for the nickname. Anyway, elsewhere coming up, we will have the Champion of Champions. Now, the draw out was actually made for the seniors match play earlier on this evening. That's taking place later on in the year. And you can see how Ross Montgomery won the second seniors event of the season. We'll be rerunning that right from the very beginning, and so your day's worth of darts is going to be available there. And then the live darts resumes on Monday. Now, Boris Kirchmar's making his debut here. The very, very good Croat, one of the best soft tip players in history, is going to be with us, and I get the sense that he's going to be one of the premier contenders when it comes to lifting the trophy on Saturday evening next week, live here on Pluto TV. So, from the Tungsten Talk with Sam Spivey, a man who's won a week here before, to what we've seen so far tonight. And we can already cross one player off the list, that player being Scott Baker. And we could cross another one off at the end of this one, because Steve West has to beat Keegan Brown to stand any chance of going through. A win for Keegs, he's into the final four, and he's looking to join a list of commentators to have won a week here. Chris Mason, Devon Peterson, Keegan Brown possibly joining the list. Let's hear from him. I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Well, Keegan, in football, they say that it's a game of two halves. Is it fair to say that that's kind of been the story of your week?
Yeah, definitely. First 3 days, disappointed. Couple of factors that contributed to me being some woeful, we could say. And then, did a bit of an Alan Partridge and bounced back Thursday and Friday.
Bounce back well, and actually you had to bounce back after losing your first game on Thursday.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I thought when I played Scott, I lost obviously 4-1. He took a couple of good 10-plus checkouts, and I thought, do you know what? You're not here to make the numbers up. Let's get some of that grit again, and away we went, like 9 games unbeaten. I'll take that any day of the year. 2 days a year.
I was going to say 2 days a year. Well, you're hoping for 3rd tonight.
Yeah.
You were saying in the studio yesterday that it's almost felt as good as it's been for about 18 months, 24 months. What particularly do you mean by that statement?
Yeah, it's, with this, autoimmune disease, I feel like I always talk about too much, but it just flares up. And like any disease, it flared up, unfortunately, this week. It made me have a bit of a claw hand as such. And obviously, everybody sees me drinking about 3 or 4, pints of water when I'm playing. And, that, unfortunately, that's one of the symptoms. So, taking my medication from Thursday onwards, and started playing a bit more fluently, because there's nothing worse when you're playing darts and everyone thinks you got dartitis, when I kept on dropping the darts. And Thursday and Friday we got rid of we eliminated the issue.
So 2 tonight. First of all, still feeling good?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Yeah, I was practicing at local club on the Ambassador on the Isle of Wight this morning for a couple of hours just to loosen the arm up, and felt as good as ever.
It's been a while. I know you came close to a couple of challenge tours this year. It's been a while since you picked a trophy up, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think, this is what we play for. When you hear we're a week at Modus, you think, do you know what? If you don't get at the top of Group A, you've still got good 2 chances. At the moment, some might say I'm a bit of a cat using all my lives up.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Keegan, good luck.
Thank you.
We are the eye of the needle.
That's at double 16. Well, that is a bit more like it for the needle.
This one may be about to end. It's great from Brown. 2 clinical finishes at the end of that one.
Double.
Game shot the 3rd leg.
Well, the first time was so nice, it just had to do it twice. Bullseye. To reel it in.
On the 3rd leg.
It's another beauty for Keegan Brown. Well, these two know each other very well. They've spent many years in the same management stable. They've spent many years on the professional circuit. It's Keegan Brown against Steve West, Matthew Edgar, Scott Mitchell.
Well, it's the same situation we've just had in the last game. Scott Baker's been eliminated for losing his second game of the night against Tommy Lishman. Keegan Brown with a little bit of support in the audience this evening. Most of them actually here for Keegan Brown. And if he is to get the victory here against Steve West will be going home. The semi-final line will be complete. Andreas Harrison will go through alongside Keegan Brown. But it was really interesting, wasn't it, listening to the interview there of Keegan and how he sort of eliminated the issue as the week went on, the physical complications. And maybe this is exactly what Keegan Brown needed. A full week here at the Super Series. So he's got a Group A campaign to try and work things out, and then Group C where he can really attack it. And he did. At times he was exceptional in that Group C campaign.
Yeah, definitely. We know he's got all that's needed
140
in his repertoire. It's sometimes getting Keegs to allow that to come out. I've known Keegan for a long time. Obviously, me being down here on the south coast and him being off the Isle of Wight. But yeah, I mean, he was baby Keegs when I met him. You know, ripping up the youth scene in the area. So I've known him for a long time, and I know that he's had setbacks before, and he has everything in his repertoire to come through them. But sometimes when you're having a few problems, you can be your own biggest enemy.
Two-time Pro Tour winner, that the crowning achievement, you think, for Keegan Brown?
140.
I think you probably would say yes. I think you have to say that. I mean, we've been on the Pro Tours. We know how difficult they are. I made a few quarterfinals, but never any further. And so yeah, for any Pro Tour sort of accolade is you've got to be on your top game on that day all day.
Relentless days. Every game will feel like a final. This will feel like a final for Steve West.
61.
Can book his passage through direct to the semi-finals if he is to win this game by 4-0.
60. Steve, you require 40.
Said goodbye to that scenario, but Steve West, same target, tops.
Game shot.
The 4-0 possibility is still on for Steve West, and Steve West has been here so many times that he will know the permutations. To get through, he needs 2 points and a positive leg difference. Because he got one leg in his opening game in the 4-1 defeat to Andreas Harrison, and he's 4-0, would see him through.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve's always known the permutations. He's one of those players that does know. We've been in that back room and played here as players, and there's always one or two that go, well, if you do this and he does that, and there's always one or two that aren't interested, and there's always 2 or 3 in the middle that pretend they know what they're doing and haven't got a clue. That's the makeup of the 6 people, usually.
$30.
You do feel that the possibility of a 4-0 Steve West
45.
is looking very unlikely right now. Keegan Brown down to a finish after 9. Steve West still in the 400s. But chipping away at this with quite a big dent.
180. Keegan's got 136.
A big dent indeed from Westy.
96. $95. Keegan, you require 40. Game shot in the second leg. Keegan Brown.
No message from Keegan Brown. The tops goes.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
This is the fear, though, for Steve West, when he just doesn't get that throw quite right. Just start straying left and right. 5s and 1s, low 5s and 1s. That's when he becomes very aware, very alert to the situation that he's not quite at his best. And he knows he's not quite at his best at the moment, knows that he's not putting in the same sort of hours he was a year ago. Knows he's not playing as much tournaments. Plays his darts on a Wednesday at the moment to Steve West. But you know, if you want to be at the peak of your powers, you need to be getting regular games and regular competitive games.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be. It's, when you're trying to advise people, say, what should I be doing? Well, what should my child should be doing? What should like, if you're going out every week and you're sort of winning comfortably every week in a certain league or a certain thing, it's time to move. It's time to change.
138.
It's time to test yourself and go to another level. Go and find a Super League or whatever, and then go from there. It is really. You can go stale. You can go stale by winning in a bad atmosphere. You can still go stale and stop yourself improving. People say winning breeds winning, but it's the type of winning that you're doing. You've got to be competing against people that are really pushing you.
100%. Comfort zone games. That's a great dart. That's inviting. You just knew that one was going to go. Double 16 for Steve West.
128.
Bit of a fly up.
Keegan, you require 38.
Nearly a Colin Lloyd as well.
Yeah, indications he got a little excited there.
22. Steve, you require 24. Game shot in the third leg, Steve West.
You started to think he was running out of time. It was looking unlikely, and then
first. Game on.
In drops the last. And that'll give him confidence, because they were three nicely thrown darts.
60.
I don't want to give it commentator's curse, but we hadn't had one fall out yet in this game for him, have we?
You know what's going to happen now.
180.
Picking it up here, Steve West. For Keegan Brown, he'll be eyeing up this game as the one to win, because if he wins, he goes through. If he doesn't win this, it's all going to come down to the scoreline
95.
And having to beat Andreas Harrison. I don't think many people would fancy their chances in that sort of situation, the way Andreas Harrison's been playing this week.
180.
No, another thing with Andreas Harrison's game is he's a big bullseye hitter as well, isn't he? He doesn't mind leaving the bullseye and hitting it. And it's a massive trait to have in your game.
We've talked about how many titles that man Steve West has won in this building, but he's also hit
41.
quite a few 9-darters.
Steve, you require 141.
Never had one on a Saturday night, though. The crowd here in Portsmouth
55.
thought they was going to get treated to the very first 9-darter on that stage in front of a live audience.
140. Steve, you require 86. $46. 57. Steve, you require 40.
Top for Weston, 13-dart leg. Super stuff from him. Break of throw also.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $57. $121.
It's another one of those games, isn't it, where the person behind is actually producing a good performance. Keegan Brown averaging 97.43 here.
55.
He's only got one leg on the board. There's Scott Baker, whose participation for the rest of the evening will be that of a spectator. He's been eliminated now, 2 defeats. Derek
140.
Lishman picking up the wins.
$59.
Keegan Brown looking odds-on favourite for this one.
85.
Gonna need something big here from West to trouble the situation. And I believe he's listening to me.
100.
Fourth maximum of the game for
Keegan,
Steve
you're
West to leave
155.
him on something he's been doing this week on the 3 bullseyes. Nearly actually took it out earlier on. Surely not. To win the game on a
99.
Saturday night.
Steve, you require
Surely not going to try it
150.
here.
No, he didn't, and rightly so.
56. Keegan,
That's
you
the
require
difference,
56.
isn't it, between a group campaign and a Saturday night.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Keegan Brown. Sixth leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $68.
It's one of the features of Steve West's game, isn't it? When he's playing well,
140.
he's one of the best 180 hitters we have here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he is indeed, and
134.
if my maths serve me right here, as Keegan Brown gets to 3 legs, that will put
60.
Andreas Harrison through.
Correct. Brown gets to 3. Harrison is in. One thing we know about Steve West here is if he wins this game, he's not through, but he's not out. It's one of those sort of weird
139.
situations which we'll explain as the evening goes through.
Yeah, super visit from Keegs there.
120.
There's that dart we were talking about. He seems to have 1 or 2
Keegan, you
every
require
game.
160. $92.
This is where I'd been hoping our referee George Baker was saying, Steve, you require, especially when he started like that. That just makes it even more of a miserable
127.
shot, doesn't it,
Keegan,
when
you
you hit
require
the treble
68.
20s.
Yeah. Went for the treble 7 there, didn't he, to leave the top.
Game shot in the 6th leg. Keegan Brown.
Keegan Brown straight out there.
7th and
One or
final
two
leg,
with
it's
him
Steve
tonight.
to throw first.
West
Game
has
on.
the darts here. We now know Andreas Harrison is through to the semi-finals no matter.
So it's
100.
one permutation kicked off, and we now know 3 of our semi-final lineup players. So there's just one more to go. It will be Steve West or Keegan Brown. And if Keegan
47.
Brown wins this leg, it'll be Keegan Brown will have 2 games to play for places. Steve West already been on the stage, lost 4-1 to Harrison.
55.
So now we are in must-win territory if Steve West wants to keep his hopes alive. And then he'll be turning to Andreas Harrison and giving him a bit of a pep talk because he'll need him to beat Keegan Brown.
27.
This can only be described as a poor start for Keegan in this important leg.
I think he mumbled the words unbelievable there. And this is what happens to you when you start missing.
140.
Your opponent starts hitting.
$95.
Needed a couple of trebles there, Keegan Brown. He's now in the situation where it's a maximum or nothing. It might be a big conversion. He might need to do that whole 332 in 6 starts.
123.
He might not even get 6 starts. Westie's down.
$60. Steve, you require 83.
Doesn't need to go 16 for the ball,
58.
but does. Strange one for me.
Especially now, Keegan Brown looking to leave something on. That wayward dart forces a treble.
68. Steve, you
6
require
starts now for Steve
25.
West to keep his hopes alive. Wouldn't be through, but he'd have a chance.
13. $93. Steve, you require 12. No score.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Brown now with
You
111.
require 111.
So 5 match darts now for Steve West has come and gone. You'll get more.
46.
This might be last chance saloon for Steve
you
West to
require
keep his hopes
12.
alive here.
Game shot. On the mark.
It was now or never, as Elvis said. But it was now for West. He wins this one 4-3. We know that Harrison is through as a result of that. West has a bit of waiting to do. It's a 4-3 win for him. 88 was the average. 92, once again, the losing player having the highest average. We go into a short break, and when we return, it will be Tommy Leishman taking on Derek Coulson for who finishes top of the group.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
I know that I'm going to be hard to beat, and whoever I play knows they're going to have to play well to be able to beat me.
Missed it in the last. His MO, we'll see that. Another attempt at double 14 for the 108, and this time it does go.
Game 5 sees Derek Coulson back in action. He takes on Tommy Lishman. Both these players are through to the semi-finals. The winner tops the group. Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell are in commentary.
So here we go for what is essentially the longest bullseye in the history of darts. Winner of this will top the group, which will mean they will get the advantage of the throw in the semi-final, which doesn't sound a lot, but when you look at these groups and you look at how tight the levels of play are, you would think that actually we've got a very big importance on who throws first in the semi-final. So Derek Coulson and Tommy Lishman battling it out for quite a sizable prize here.
Yeah, indeed, and the winner of the group also has advantage of the throw in the semi-final, which we don't bull up for anything on Saturday night finals night until the final. So it's all done via the way the draw goes
64
and where you drop into your semi-final. Do you place any stock on head-to-head stats? Let's say, for example, these two was to have to play each other in the final later on. Do you think this has any bearing on maybe the psychological warfare?
41.
I think it does. I think you wouldn't want to lose this game and then have to play the person in the final again. So for me, I think it does.
I can tell you do feel very bitter in some of these, because I remember playing Graham Usher in this situation, beat him in here, and then he beat me in the final. And yeah, you do get very bitter. You think, I've already beat you and put you out, but you don't put them out. The knockout stages start from the semi-finals.
130.
Although saying that as a player, they all feel like knockout games on a Saturday night because the groups are so short. And you blink in a moment, and a blink of an eye, the game is over, and you're out or in. It's
60.
Superbly
So you
cutthroat.
require 120.
And sometimes the Saturday night, the form book goes right out of the window.
$100.
I suppose the other thing is it would give a little bit of confidence to the rest of the field, because at the moment Derek Coulson's not really had a blow landed on him. He comfortably won Group A, so had a couple of days off, comfortably won his opening game against Scott Baker.
20.
I suppose it's always nice just to see that there's been a defeat in there.
Yeah, for some players, it feels like a chip on the shoulder. Sometimes you like to lose a game and get it out of the way so that you can then carry on and win another sort of string of games. But that's a difficult dart for Coulson. Because of the trajectory his darts go into the board, it's difficult to get under that one for him.
80.
And nicely finished off with the tops to leave tops. Lishman on 5.
This one gets very tricky. Not for Lishman. Beautifully in the middle. That. You see there, a little shuffle across, looking to the right-hand side of the bed here.
3.
Did all the right things,
Derek,
just didn't have the application, and that's just the awkward angle of entry of which his darts lie.
He's smiling away to himself, Lishman, but he shouldn't be. You shouldn't be offering Derek Coulson opportunities like this.
Game.
Because that's what will happen to you.
Derek Coulson. Second leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
A wry smile from Lishman to himself there.
43. $100.
Will that give Leishman the wakey moment? Maybe, I don't know.
Sometimes as well, these are quite hard games to play because you sort of...
81.
You don't have the adrenaline, do you? You're sort of just playing your raw game, your natural game, and you don't have that sort of adrenaline pumping through the body.
No, super valid point that, mate. Absolutely. you know you're already in, but sometimes it can allow you to throw with a bit of freedom, and sometimes throwing with freedom and not care is such a fine margin between the two mentally that they can overrun into one another.
Yeah, you can get angry with yourself as well, can't you, when it's just not quite happening. But I think that young boy there on the front row, Scott, was holding up your sign. Not the come on Derek part, but the part he said at the bottom, it's past his bedtime.
$40.
No, I'm going to stay awake tonight. I'm enjoying the darts.
92.
Probably past my bedtime too.
I think one thing's for sure, when we looked at Tommy Lishman in the opening game, we said about the rhythm and the fluency being very important to him producing his best. I don't think he's getting that here against Derek Coulson, and I think he's actually matching the pace. You can do this quite often when you play a quick player, can't you? You get sort of caught in the whirlwind where you get into the hockey very quickly. But I feel like Lishman's trying to match this more steady pace.
Yeah, you can get dragged along with the pace. And what happens from my experience is that when you start throwing a little bit slower than you're used to throwing, you tend to not quite throw the darts so hard and direct. Your hand speed tends to slow, as well as your rhythm slows.
26.
And then the darts don't quite go in the direction you want them to go. I think this is what we're seeing with Lishman.
Yeah, because all those things put together just make you lose the feel of the release. The timing goes. It's early, you change it, it's late.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw
You
first.
lose that sort of natural ability. Becomes a conscious activity.
Yeah, I think I read a little wow there from Tommy. Tommy was obviously
41.
Trump odds-on favourite to win that first leg when he done what he done. Lost it, and now he's had another 3 darts at a double. Lost that one. And it can start to grate.
40.
Well, they're probably saying wow because maybe didn't expect Tommy Lishman to be averaging 78.
26.
He's averaging less than that now.
74.
Have you ever been up there and seen your average come up on the board and had a bit of average anxiety?
No, I've never really watched. I've always tried to stay away from knowing. You know when you're playing well, you know when you're not, and that's as far as you really want to know when you're playing. When you've had a really good game, you might want to know at the end, like how did that one go?
I've played exhibitions and it's been up there on the and you think, no, just get shot of it. I don't think I've ever really seen the averages up on a board in a match like this. But when you're at an exhibition and you think, oh, all these people have come to see you, and your average is pretty poor up there on the board for everybody to see, it can be a touch frustrating.
I think they did it in the original seniors, didn't they? The Seniors World Championship. It used to be on there, and then Swifty was removed, probably at many players' request.
Absolutely, it's the worst case. You don't want to be tracking yourself. You really don't.
60.
I'm one of those old school thoughts that think that too much is thought of averages, particularly for the younger players. They just think of average. They lose and then they go up there. If it's a decent average, they're not too bothered about losing. But if it's a terrible average, their whole world falls apart.
Oh yeah, I've genuinely won titles and put it on social media. Oh, I've won this.
60.
Oh, what did you average?
Tommy,
why is that your retort?
135.
My name's on the trophy, not the average.
$74. Derek, you require 60.
For a double breaker throw and complete control. Beautiful angle of entry there for Derek Coulson. Nothing in the way.
Game show on the third leg. Derek Coulson.
Statistically, easy for you to say, statistically, the best
Well,
double for a
it's
left-hander,
Derek
we're
to throw
told.
first.
Every time that James Wade hits double 10.
Yeah, I think he might have boosted those stats a little bit, though. I think it might be a little bit James Wade amplified.
If you ask Derek Coulson what his favourite double is, I think he's one of those that he wouldn't care. Anyone that he hits to win a leg, I would have thought, or win a game.
You got a favourite double?
Nope, never have had. Never had a worse double either.
Thought you were going to say whiskey then.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a bad experience on JD when I was younger, but yeah. Can't even smell that stuff now.
140.
Scott Baker enjoying the action. He'd have been hoping he'd been in the action a little bit
91.
longer. He was in this group alongside Coulson and Lishman. 4-3 for Tommy Lishman. 4-2 for Derek Coulson.
$100.
To be fair to Baker, he had a 94 average against him from Coulson and a 97 or 91, sorry, from
100.
Lishman.
$100.
Coulson here in full command of this final game of Group 1.
60. Derek, you require 104.
The winner tops the group. Goes into semi-final number 1 with the darts, and the loser goes to semi-final number 2 without the darts.
Last act of defiance.
45. Derek, you require
Almost throwing that
48.
one away. Coulson for the match.
$32.
Because of that last start, just sort of thrown with a little bit of frustration there for Lishman. He hasn't left anything, and I don't know what that first start's going for, but we know what this is going for. Double 8 for Coulson for the match.
16. Game
It wasn't a game wrapped in glory. It wasn't the best from either player, but Derek Coulson's made very light work of Tommy Lishman. Maybe that could come into play a little bit later on. We know it will come into play in the semi-final because Derek Coulson will now top the group, and because of that he will have the advantage of throw. We know they are both through regardless of that 4-0 victory. However, who will be going through Group 2? We do not know. Keegan Brown will be playing Andreas Harrison with watch of permutations to watch out for.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won it 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, in the midst of a Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series, where the crowd are very much enjoying a night's worth of darts. They're going to see Keegan Brown and Andreas Harrison go head-to-head. And you can join us at the live lounge in Portsmouth on any given Saturday. You scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called www.dartshot.tv, and you can get yourself here on any given Saturday. Earlier on this evening, the exclusive announcement that Adrian Lewis is going to make his competitive return after 2 years away from the sport. He'll be playing on the 28th and 29th of August at 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. And should he and Steve Beaton, representing Team England, qualify through, then they will be playing on the 30th of August. That night will also feature an audience with the two-time world champion, and he's also going to be flanked up by the man who's won 16 world titles in Phil Taylor. Tickets available, as I say, via dartshot.tv, or we're going to keep that QR code on the screen for a few more seconds. Gives you the opportunity to scan now, and tickets, I can tell you already at this early stage, are going very quickly. Other events include the Series 11 Champions Night. That's on Saturday the 16th of August, and any given Saturday for Series 12, which gets underway at the beginning of September, will also be available through there up until the end of the year, when the Global Championship will be our centre of attention. So, to Game 6, Keegan Brown and Andreas Harrison, Matthew Edgar, Scott Mitchell.
So there's plenty to play for here. This isn't just about who's going to be getting the bullseye in the semi-finals. This is about who's going to be in the semi-finals. I mean, in regards to the qualification, let's make this really simple. If Keegan Brown wins, he is in. Andreas Harrison wins, Steve West is in. So if you just squint your eyes very briefly and imagine that Steve West is Andreas Harrison, we've got a head-to-head clash for the place in the semi-finals. Andreas Harrison gets to 3 legs, he will be guaranteed to win the group. It's as easy as that. Not one of those that's got lots of different permutations. For Brown, he just needs to win. He's got the support in. Go Keegan. Come on, Keegan, the Isle of Wight massive.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
If they've come over from the Isle of Wight, there must be a late boat home, I should imagine, from Portsmouth.
You'd hope so.
44.
Otherwise, they'll be in the dinghies. Late night swim.
125.
Andreas Harrison actually did. In preparation for Group B last night, went for a dip in the sea.
85.
Madness. Absolute madness.
It's been a bit warm, though, here this week, which has been a bit of a telling factor as well in a lot of the group games. We've seen people, also Jonathan Worsley, go on stage with a fan.
Yeah, what was all that about? I had to happen to me once at an exhibition, but it wasn't that sort of fan that I had round my neck. Security we brought on and removed said fan. Not the same that
123.
Worsley last night, but yes, there's lots of firsts that happen within darts. I remember seeing, obviously,
81.
Gezi with a set of
Andreas, you require 153.
on one occasion. These things always happen in darts, and we will endeavour to see whether a rule change will be made at the end of the year to allow or not allow that to happen.
Yeah, as technology changes, rules need to change as well. But this is a great start from Keegan Brown.
131.
Andreas, nodding there like a nodding donkey, didn't he? Thinking it was going in. Oh, two perfectly thrown darts.
16. Keegan, you require
just
20.
Inside. Sounds like the Brown supporters know the permutations here.
No score. Andreas, you require 16. No score.
Oh, a very
Keegan,
nervy,
20.
tedious start to this one for both players.
I am just thinking about different possibilities here.
16.
Those thoughts nearly got a little bit brighter
Andreas,
in
you
the fact
require
that Andreas
16.
Harrison needs 3 legs to confirm his position as the group winner. If he doesn't win this group, he will be playing Derek Coulson in the semi-finals.
8.
That's a game I'm sure he'd want to avoid till the final.
I'm going to be honest with you now. I know that Andreas will know that. That's the type of player that he is. He will
Game
know
shot
that.
in the first leg, Keegan Brown. Second leg, it's Andreas to throw
When we
first.
saw the groups,
Game
it
on.
kind of felt like we was on a collision course, didn't we, to the big clash between the big 2
60.
this week, and the stats backed it up, the vibe of everything, the results, everything suggested that, but darts is all on the day. It's not a game of top
100.
trumps.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that, mate. It looked like it on paper, but we don't play on paper. We play on Seidel. For those that you don't know, that's the material
45.
that the dartboard is made from.
$140.
Keegan Brown has definitely got the bit between his teeth here.
140.
And all it's done is rattled the cage of the Swede.
140.
He's got
100.
that steeliness
Keegan,
about
you
him
require
right now, hasn't he, Keegan
121.
Brown? When he's playing well, he sort of strides around the stage, he picks up the pace, and he's sort of like, it looks on his face like he's
85.
gone somewhere
Andreas,
else.
you require
He
156.
finds like a drive that is so visible.
Yeah, he acts like he owns it, doesn't he? Oh, this would hurt.
Game shot in the second leg,
Andreas
Harrison.
Harrison. And the Isle of Wight supporters have to
Third
put
leg
their
is Keegan
hands
to throw
together and
first. Game
applaud.
on.
An amazing 156 shot there from Harrison.
Yeah, sometimes you've just got to
45.
stand and applaud. There's nothing you can do. It's an unopposed game, isn't it?
$100.
Will it be a momentum changer in the match? Maybe a certain Steve West
60.
out the back will be hoping so.
Yeah, it's not just the players on the stage that this affects. There's different possibilities that will tick off one by one.
100.
I suppose the first one is, does Andreas Harrison get to 3 legs to confirm that he avoids Derek Coulson in the semi-finals? Can lose this game and still win the group.
140. $84. Andreas, you require 81. $41.
Harrison coming in back.
Andreas, you require
for the
40.
break of
game shot in the third leg. Andreas
throw
Harrison.
in 13 darts. Nicely done indeed.
Fourth leg, it's
He's now
Andreas
heading
to throw
towards
first.
that third leg that he
Game
needs to top the group. And it just seems like that 156 seems to have lit the blue touch paper. It seems to have stopped Keegan Brown in his tracks, and it's sent Andreas Harrison back to the Andreas we know and love.
Well, that was going to be my question, actually. I was going to say, it feels like the wind's come out the sails here for Keegan Brown. He was just picking up, wasn't he? He was just starting to go through the gears, set himself up
83.
nicely, was striding around the stage with purpose, and then that 156 has just changed everything.
137.
One thing we know about Keegan Brown, and one thing he's demonstrated this week, though, is a lot of heart, spirit, and fight.
81.
No, he doesn't go away, that's for sure.
96.
Wise beyond his
Andreas,
years
you
on a
require
dartboard.
157.
Young Keegan Brown.
$137.
Well, maybe about to tick one off the short list of possibilities that this game could give us. Andreas Harrison reaches 3 legs. He tops the
70.
group.
Andreas, you
He will
require
be playing
20.
Tommy Lishman in the semi-finals. He's 20 points away from confirming that.
Game shot in the fourth
There
leg.
it is.
Andreas Harrison.
Possibility number 1 ticked off. Andreas Harrison will win Group
Fifth leg
2.
is Keegan to throw first. Game up. $100.
For Brown now, you feel it's all or nothing. He has to find
100.
something special here, this leg, and hold the throw.
Thank you.
There's no wiggle room now. And I think in this scenario, if you're Steve West, you'll be feeling quite happy. You'll be feeling quite
140.
comfortable, knowing that Andreas Harrison needs just one of the last 3 legs. However, Brown will have the throw in 2. It's not all rosy for Steve West.
83.
Andreas Harrison's done his job.
$55. $100.
You feel Brown needs a bigger treble than that.
46.
He doesn't find one at all. Any sort of big treble here for Harrison
58.
would make him the
Keegan, you
favourite.
require 160.
Not to beat.
$63. Andreas, you require 160.
Harrison.
$100. Keegan, you require 97.
With that ton, you feel this has to go. He went for the double route.
95. Andreas, you require 60. $50. Keegan,
Well,
you
that start
require
survived
2.
here for Keegan Brown. But there's no wiggle room here, like there's no wiggle room in the game.
No score.
That Could be the
Andreas,
last
you
start he gets to
require
throw at
10.
the Super Series this week.
No score.
Well, that's uncharacteristic.
He's now got to be
Keegan, you
regretting
require
leaving
2.
that too.
No score.
Well, he's had chances, he's had
Andreas, you
opportunities.
require 10.
But you don't feel Andreas Harrison's going to make the same mistake again.
Game chart.
And he makes no mistake.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison picks up the victory that confirms he is going to top this group. Not only does that win work well for Andreas Harrison, it eliminates Keegan Brown and it moves Steve West through to the semi-finals. Our semi-finals are confirmed. Andreas Harrison tops the group. He'll be taking on Tommy Lishman. Steve West will be taking on Derek Colson, and we'll be seeing those games after this break.
I thought to myself, if I can beat him over that distance, I can beat anybody. And obviously then the month after, well, I won the world. It's a roller coaster of life, but you know, you reap the rewards if you do well.
And the bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton!
start was perfect for Steve. And he finds his second max of the contest. And this
Trying the bailout job. Oh, he could.
It's on the full flag. Steve Beaton.
Wow. A rescue act from Steve Beaton.
It's time.
Adrian Lewis is making his competitive comeback after 2 years away here at the Modus Super Series. He will partner Steve Beaton as part of the England pair for the second International Pairs Tournament, which will take place on Monday the 25th of August to Saturday the 30th of August. It's the Netherlands duo of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Troip that are looking to defend the title that they won in May. We'll see debuts for the United States of America, Canada, Sweden and Denmark in the competition, as well as a South African side that's going to feature the reigning ADC Global Champion Devon Peterson. There's still 3 more nations that are going to be announced for the competition, and they'll be announced in the 3 subsequent weeks that bring this series to a culmination. The 25th of August, the start date. Steve Beaton and Adrian Lewis, it has been confirmed they'll be playing the night sessions on the Thursday and Friday of that week. So that the big news this evening. Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell. Scott Mitchell, of course, the England captain in the WDF system, is with us this evening. Now, Adrian's won 4 PDC World Cup titles during his time with England alongside Phil Taylor. How much would he relish, first of all, not just coming back into the sport, but also how would it add something more as well, representing his country, putting the St George's Cross on his shirt?
I think it makes a difference every time you do put that St George's Cross on your shirt. It does for me anyway. But for Adrian, I just think it's more than that. I think it's just about bringing himself back onto the scene, bringing himself back in, as we said earlier, with a partner, so he's not having to face the limelight on his own. And I'm sure the pair of them are going to absolutely have fun with it. I don't see them being over serious about it. Yes, they're going to want to win, but I think initially the first couple of games where they haven't played pairs for a long, long time, those two, it will be a kind of suck it and see type moment.
Is this a taster just to kind of see what the waters are like, to see whether he's ready for this again, whether he wants to mount that comeback, whether it is Q-Score maybe in January, whether it's other things moving forward?
It's exactly that. And there's a reason it's the Pairs Week, isn't there? It's exactly what Scott's saying. Just that opportunity to settle in, go in there with a partner. Not all eyes on you, even though the eyes are on him. I've seen it. I've had a little look through social media. National press, national media are getting involved in this story. This is a big marquee player, one of the legends of the sport. So I'm excited to see him. I'm excited to see how he gets on. I think everyone's looking forward to seeing him. And the thing is, he's not coming in this cold. Yes, he's been away from competitive darts for a couple of years. I pumped the brakes earlier, but I'm also got to try and build this up on the flip side of things. He's been playing the exhibition circuit. He's been playing the exhibition circuit against active winners, active, regular, competitive players. And he's been playing it well. He's been getting wins. He's been putting in good averages. Don't expect Adrian Lewis to come here and be a shadow of himself. He's still got a lot of talent in there. And this is really just a little feeler. I think if this goes well, we may see him in the next series.
But how different is exhibition to competitive play?
I think is what you make it. I think if he comes in and sees this as a type of exhibition, I think we're going to see the very best of him. If he comes in here and tries to make it a bit of a, I really want to win this, he could fall over his own, trip over himself. So I think he's going to come here and have fun. I think he's going to enjoy playing alongside Steve Beaton. And I think that we're going to see a very good type of Adrian Lewis come back in this room and start to set the world alight again with his darts.
Well, his last televised appearance was the 2023 UK Open at Butlins Resort in Minehead. He'll make his return Thursday, August 28th here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He'll be hoping to play in the final. That is on the Saturday of that week, the 30th of August. It's the last weekend of the summer, and it could well be a sizzler. Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tryp are looking to retain the title. You've got nations from all across the globe represented. There'll be a bumper night. It's £35 for the ticket on dartshot.tv. And not just will you get a night of darts, but you'll also get an audience with Adrian prior to that night getting underway. He will be sat alongside Phil Taylor for that. The action gets underway at 7:30 p.m, but it is an all-day event here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, that trophy is what the players tonight are looking forward to winning. And we've got some serial winners in action. Andreas Harrison has picked up 4 weekly titles. Steve West has picked up 5. And both of them are into the semi-finals. Steve West by the skin of his teeth. Andreas Harrison making very steady progress. 2-4-1 wins. Derek Coulson's looking to become the first player to appear in 4 consecutive Champions Weeks. And looking to do what Steve West has done in terms of playing in 4 or winning 4 consecutive weeks. He's in very good stead. 2 wins for him. And now the semi-finals are very much set in stone. So we can have a look at them for you now on your screen. And it kicks off a meeting between Derek Coulson and Steve West. Andreas Harrison takes on Tommy Lishman, the only player left in the field without a weekly win. That final will take place at around about 11 o'clock tonight. So let's talk about the action that we have seen this evening. And we'll begin with Derek Coulson. Look, he's the player that was given the big billing at the beginning of the evening. 2 wins, 2 comprehensive wins, and in some ways, there's not really much to report because that was just typically Derek Coulson.
He was one of the players that got the big build. We gave 2 players the big build tonight, Andreas Harrison the other, Derek Coulson. And they've both delivered. They've both been quality at the right times. I don't think they've been their blistering best. They haven't had to be. You can only beat what's in front of you. Before a dart was thrown this evening, I said, I feel like we're on a collision course for Derek Coulson and Andreas Harrison. They've both won their groups. That means they're both going to have the advantage of throwing the semi-finals. I'm not wavering from that thought. I think we are destined for a big heavyweight clash between the 2.
Tommy Lishman, the other player to make it out that group. I suppose steady would probably be the best way of describing himself tonight.
Yeah, very much so. But I think, we speak about Andreas, I think he's shown a vulnerability tonight in both the first game of the night where he struggled in the first leg, and he did the same there in his last game. So for me, I think there's a vulnerability about Andreas. And if I was Tommy Lishman, I wouldn't be too worried about that game. I would be going, I need to come out of the blocks really quickly and get Andreas behind and really make him think about his game. Because there has been a vulnerability. Maybe, now we're at the knockout stage, we'll see the Andreas that has been winning weeks here time after time. But for me, there's just a slight vulnerability about his game tonight.
Baker got cooked, didn't he?
Yeah, we said he needed to step his game up. We looked at the stats, we looked at the doubling, we looked at the averages. It wasn't what you'd expect from a player who's got through to Saturday night. He needed to step it up. He needed to find something extra, and he just didn't tonight. He'll be happy getting through to Saturday night. I think that's a good step forward for him to see where his game was coming here to the Super Series. But I think next time he comes, he's got to bring a little bit more firepower.
I get the sense that you're not overly enamoured with Andreas Harrison yet.
No, but then he keeps doing these things like that 156 and getting himself out of the mess. You know, it's one of those things that he does. It's just something that he seems to have to get himself into so much trouble that he then needs to produce something very special to get himself out of it. Once he produces it, he then goes on. He goes on like a steam train. It just seems that tonight he needs something to ignite him to turn him into that player that we know and love in the Live Lounge.
In terms of Steve West, he admitted in an interview at the beginning of the night that he doesn't feel like he's near his best. It's been a bit patchy, it's been a bit in and out. Have you kind of seen them signs again tonight?
He's not at his best. He's right. He's absolutely right. He's not at his best. But he's still here. He's not been at his best all week and he qualified. He's not been at his best all week and he's got through his group. Does he need to be at his best? Now he does. It's different now. You can get so far without playing your A game, and there's a point where it needs to go and go, right, now I need to stand up. Now I need to bring my best. You get to this point of the tournament, we can see the prize in the finishing line. You can see it's no longer on the horizon. It's literally right in your face. This is the time to bring your best. You don't need to bring your best at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. You need to bring it right now.
I think it's a good game for him, Coulson. I think Coulson is the perfect game for Steve West because at this stage of the night, he knows exactly what's coming. He knows exactly what's coming. It's going to be that steady. It's going to be a 90 average. So he knows exactly where he needs to be, Westy, in this one. He will have known it for the last half an hour. So he will be building himself up, knowing exactly what he has to do. And that's Westy's type of player. And so I think for him, that's the best of the two semi-finals for him.
Quick word on Keegan. He'll feel opportunity missed tonight, won't he?
Yes and no. I think right now he will. I think every time you lose, you always feel there's an opportunity missed. But I think in reflection, he'll be happy. Did he expect to get to Saturday night? I'm not convinced. Did he expect to play as well as he did this week? Again, not convinced. He really did shine at times this week. There were so many positives for Keegan Brown to take. And he doesn't need to look at what's happened tonight. He needs to look at all those good things that certainly happened in his group campaign.
Let's have a look at the semi-finals then, because we've got three players that the three of the most successful campaigners we've ever had here. Derek Coulson and Steve West. Derek's looking to do what Steve did and win 4 weeks in a row. Andreas is looking to win a 7th weekly title here. Tommy Lishman's the only unknown quantity at this stage.
Yeah, I think we have to look at that and say West and Lishman are the underdogs in this semi-finals without doubt. If I was those players, I would be looking to come out of the blocks really quickly, trying to get a couple of legs nice and early, and ask the questions of these champions. Ask them the question, can you come back at me if I'm in front? And that's all you can do as the underdog. Ask the questions of the favourites.
I'll tell you what, we've got a Champions Week that's already stacked with big names. We labelled the last Champions Week a Champions Week of opportunity. This one, you've got a former champion, Scott Taylor. You've got the WDF World Champion, Jane McGurk in there. No matter what happens now for the remainder of the night, another big name's getting added. And in the case of particularly if it's Coulson, Harrison or West, you've got somebody that can genuinely win the thing in there.
I think that's a very positive way of looking. I think the other side we can look at here is we're going to lose some. We can only have one, and we're going to lose 3 people here who could legitimately go to Champions League and take that title. We know Andreas Harrison's done it before. Scott Taylor's there, he's done it before. I'd like to see a double champion, but I think that's just my sort of personal preference on that. But only one of them can go through here, and there's 4 big hitters.
And I get the sense that they probably won't admit it, but we've been kind of mentioning for the likes of Andreas, Steve, and probably where Derek is now. These are qualifying weeks. This isn't just, it'd be nice to win a week. This is the qualification for the big one later on in the year. Yeah,
and that's how high esteem we hold them. We know that they will be a massive advantage to have them in the weekend. As Matt quite rightly says, we're losing 2 good ones here, if not 3. When you add Leishman, the way that he's coming up through, he's been in Pro Tours. Why could he not go through tonight and still be capable of winning? He could. So that the 4 of them, 3 have got to go. And the one that wins the spot is going to deserve it because they're going to have to work hard to get it.
Right, we've done our fair bit of chatting. Let's get the action on. It's semi-final number 1. It's a meeting between Derek Coulson and Steve West. Owen Binks is your master of ceremonies for our first semi-final.
Game start.
It was now or never, as Elvis said.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage? He's a 2-time former Modus Super Series weekly winner, Derek Coulson, and his opponent is a 5 times Modus Super Series weekly winner, simply Steve West.
Let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do.
Yeah, these two certainly enjoying each other's company, but only one can make it through to the final. Derek Coulson against Steve West, 2 of the all-time great winners in this building going head-to-head. And in the commentary box, Scott Mitchell is alongside Matthew Edgar.
Semi-final number 1 about to get underway. Steve West at the start of the week took to the interview before a dart was thrown, and he said he doesn't know where his game is. He hasn't really been playing much. He doesn't know what to expect this week and needs to get games under his belt in order to sort of work out exactly where he is going to be. He's not been at his best, but he's still here. He's in the semi-finals, and he's walked onto the stage there with a big smile on his face. I think that could be a big telling factor here for him, because, as you say, he's going to go into this game as the underdog, and going in as the underdog, you feel he's going to have to play it with that sort of smile on the face, laissez-faire, laying it down to what is, in 2025, one of the big hitters here at the Super Series.
First leg, it's Derek to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
absolutely,
on.
I think so. And he seems to be feeling the heat there with his lifting his shirt off his arm. As I said pre-match, I think this is the perfect game for Westy. He knows exactly what's coming. He can concentrate on himself and know what's coming. And I think those are, as an underdog, are the easiest ones to play.
I'd say that all the time. Certainly through my time on the tour, I always used to say the Michael Smiths, Michael Van Gerwens, Luke Humphreys, those sort of players are the easiest to play. And I have to really emphasise that, because they're not the easiest to beat by a long shot. They're the easiest to play
41.
because you know you're not expected to win, so it's a bit of a free roll game in that sense. You're sort of laying down the challenge to see how you get on with it. Everything you take's a bonus, and you don't have to look at what they're doing because you just expect them to everything.
121.
Yeah, and in those games, when you actually get to the winning post, that's probably the most nervy darts you throw in those games, because you throw with an element of freedom as the underdog
100.
to a certain point. And this is where I think Westy's experience would have come in on this one, and that's why he would enjoy this type of game. But you don't want to be chasing. You want to get in front early, don't you? Really, you want to be 2-1 or 2-0 up, or and just turn a bit of pressure back on to the one that everybody sees is supposed to win it, the one that they've got their name on the trophy or whatever.
100.
And get a good start as well. That's important. You don't want to feel like you're trying to work your way into the game, which, again, yeah, I can see what you mean there, Scott. Bit fidgety, isn't he, Steve West? Pulling on the shirt, not a good tell.
First leg, Derek Coulson.
Yeah, it really is strange. Really is strange.
Second leg, it's
Feeling the
Steve
heat.
to throw first. Game on.
It's been a very warm week, though, hasn't it, here on the South Coast?
Absolutely. Well, I live. Those of you that follow me on social media be putting on. I'm desperate for rain at the farm. It's just we just haven't had any. For a decent rain for a good month, and we're due some overnight, and it's made the atmospherics down here in the air very muggy indeed.
$60.
And we know this is a warm room at the best of times, and it retains its heat here.
$60.
Is an important factor. It's something you need to consider. Different times of year, different temperatures, different air pressures. But this is much, much better from Steve West. Didn't land any sort of blow in that opening leg. But you see there, just not even just pulling on that throwing arm now, pulling on every single part, just a sign that it's sticking to him. That's one of the dangers of this material, which people make dart shirts out of.
81.
Very breathable, but can just cling to places.
Yeah, they've got to be fitted right. I personally have mine with slightly shorter sleeves to stop any hanging and hang up when you put your arm up.
93. Steve, you require.
It does help when your wife's a seamstress, so you can have your shirts tailored.
$20. Derek, you require 148.
Well, this would hurt, wouldn't it? Double 14. The head is down for Steve West. He's not going to like what he hears. What a finish that is from Derek Coulson. Steve West looks to his corner for a bit of inspiration. The arms are out to the side as if to say, what can you do? But I tell you what you can do. You can hit the double beforehand. It was in his hands. Derek Coulson didn't have to have that opportunity. Steve West again, not strong on the outer ring. 4 from 14 earlier on. 1 from 12 in his opening game. That's 5 from 26. And it's not been glittering in this one.
And when you're feeling your luck's against you,
85.
and that kind of thing happens to you in a game, you've got 2 darts right on the top wire and miss with the other, and then up pops Coulson with a 148.
60.
You then start to doubt, don't you? Well, we've been doing a lot of conversation this week, myself and Paul Nicholson at the start of the week, then with Henry Deacon, regarding, remember the old spot the ball game? We brought this up quite a bit this week, where you used to go in the paper and you have to decide where the ball is based on the photo of where the players are and what the actions is they're doing. If you was to guess the score that Derek Coulson just threw, if you couldn't see the board and you just watched his demeanour, you wouldn't say he's just broke with a 148 finish.
No, and I mean, if you watch darts on social media these days, there's a lot of jumping about and raving, even in the pubs and clubs, let alone doing 148s in this situation, which is absolutely pivotal sort of point in the match to try and kill your opponent off.
170.
This is relentless. This is quality. We gave him the big build-up at the start of the night. This is why.
$22. Derek, you require 31. $23.
Rare miss for Derek Coulson, but not really effective to where we are in the match play right now.
91.
Still got
Derek,
a handful of darts to put himself a leg away from another final here at the Super Series.
Game show on the third leg, Derek Coulson. Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Coulson, although warm in here, doesn't look to have broken sweat yet. Westy struggling with perspiration, but no such problems for Coulson. Well, I don't suppose you do shed a bead if you're when you're 3-0 up.
No, I don't think it's really ever looked settled for Steve West in this semi-final, has it? It's always looked a bit of a stretch. And that body language, that demeanour, that slow walk back with the head down, just maybe he knows. And what he'll know is not so much what's going on with the result and everything, it'll be how he feels. Sometimes you can be 3-0 down and you go, well, I can still get back into this because I feel good. If you don't feel good, it doesn't matter if you're 3-0 up, you're still panicking, you still don't portray that confidence.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. There are moments you can be 3-0 down, but you were in the game and you've done some good things and some right things, and you haven't been distanced only by the scoreline. The play, you've had the odd dart here and everything. Westy's body language is telling us very different.
$134, Steve, of 160.
Double top for West.
76. Derek, you
Close with
require
no cigar.
44.
It's all about Coulson now.
Game shot and the
Comfortable,
Derek
clinical
Coulson.
and class. Best way to describe that performance there for Derek Coulson. Unopposed from Steve West. He was a bit fidgety, wasn't really settled, but the story is all about DC. He is the first man through to the final, and what a performance it was. Average dipped a little bit towards the end, but he's still over the 100 mark. 15 darts a leg is all it takes. He's through. Who will he play? Will it be Andreas Harrison or Tommy Lishman?
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Devon Peterson is a global superstar. Everybody's finding the funny side of this. But it's Richie Burnett that's going to have the last laugh.
Didn't stay there. Instead, opted to take it out.
I think he's starting to enjoy this. I've not seen a game like this before in Portsmouth.
Ryan Branley, that is superb.
Mason Whitlock hits the 9 darter.
Mason Whitlock. Ollie Howard, that is superb.
Yes, Boris is in the building. Boris Kirchmar making his debut here at the Super Series. He's going to be joined alongside the reigning ADC Global Champion Devon Peterson. He'll be retaining that title here in Portsmouth in December. He's looking to make it through to his second Champions Week of the year. Richard Burnett looking to do so for a first time. As to his Ryan Branley, that's Group A. Group B, I just get the sense that there's going to be opportunity knocking there for Mason Whitlock, Steve Hine and Mike Gillett. 3 from 5 come through out of that group, and all 3 of them will like the look of that, I feel. Group C, Richard McKee, very handy player from Northern Ireland. Impressed the last time he was here. He could be someone to watch out for. Now, Ollie Howard is a YouTuber. He is part of the Ball Hitters team. Now, they're a YouTube channel that go around touring and throwing darts, and he'll be hoping to throw his darts to good effect here, whilst Oliver King will also be making a debut. So that's what we've got to look forward to next week. The action gets underway for 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning. And if you didn't need any more convincing to watch the action, Scott Mitchell is with us throughout the duration of the week. Derek Coulson got the better of Steve West in our first semi-final of the evening before the break. He's into yet another final, looking to make it through to a 4 consecutive Champions Week. Andreas Harrison and Tommy Lishman is semi-final number 2, and that gets underway in a couple of moments' time.
To go through, send Baker home. It's Leishman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage? Here's a former PDC Challenge Tour finalist, the Flame, Tommy Lishman, and his opponent. Here's a former Modus Super Series champion, Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison.
Semi-final number 2 between Tommy Lishman and Andreas Harrison. The winner will take on Derek Coulson in the final. Commentary from Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell.
Before a dart was thrown, the destiny was written. We said it'll be Andreas Harrison, Derek Coulson, a big heavyweight clash in the final. Derek Coulson is there. 4-0 victory over Steve West. Tommy Lishman stands in this man's way of giving us that big clash. Andreas Harrison looking to get his second series title. But this guy, Tommy Lishman, on a very upwards curve. He came here with the goal of getting through to Saturday night. He's done that. He's now in the semi-finals. He's 2 games away from his first Super Series title. I had a good chat with him last night. And he says his goals are win a Super Series title, win a tour card. He could tick one of those off in the next hour.
First leg, it's
and you have to say that it seems to be a model of the direction of the way that people go. I think the Super Series, and people can think of it what they like, but it has a proven track record
59.
in producing tour card holders and tour card winners. And so you can understand why Tommy has seen this over the last couple of years and seen people come here for the first time, be part of this, become part of the furniture, then go and win their tour card.
134.
Well, this is where the best players in the world without a tour card do battle. We find the best from all the systems, the development tours, the challenge tours, the ADC, the WDF, the women's circuit. We find the very best from around Europe with ADC Europe. We've had players from Oceania. We've had the Nordic Baltic players here. We've had players from Denmark like Tony Sorensen. We find the very best. We pit them against each other.
83.
And the ones that tend to come out on top tend to go on to do good things. change how you think about yourself as well, can't it?
95.
Yeah, it can indeed. And
60.
this one looks very focused here. This is a tight old leg. Harrison needs something. I picked up on it earlier that he has started matches slow tonight.
134.
I've seen
Tommy, you
a
require
certain
118.
vulnerability with him. Well, commentator's curse there. Nice couple of treble 19s. Has thrown the pressure straight back onto
Andreas, you
Lishman.
require
And
51.
the game is all about how much pressure you can assert on your opponent.
Game shot in the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
And that's fairly tidy. A 17-dart opening leg for Andreas.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game up.
You want to get it done in 5 visits, but if you can't, you want to be making sure it's done in the 6th, particularly if you've got the throw.
99.
Go back to something you said earlier, though, and I fully agree with it. I thought it was a very good, valid point in regards to, I think Andreas Harrison, when things are a bit comfortable, just sort of goes about his
83.
business. But as soon as you lay it up to him, he responds. The danger here is, if Tommy Lishman doesn't
100.
find it early, Andreas Harrison will already have a bit of a cushion. Goes with the level. It's like he says, whatever you do, I'll just beat you by a bit.
85.
If you want to throw 100 average, I'll throw a bit more. If you want to throw an 80, I'll just throw a bit more.
Yeah, he's a great guy as well. I've known him an awful long time in
162.
my video travels, and I've met his family and I've met his sons. His sons have got beards like him. And I'm not talking that Scott Waits is one of his
59.
sons. No,
Tommy,
he's
you
not.
require 140.
Yeah, his sons are dressed. I've got the beardage just like Andreas.
But we've talked about Derek Colson being an inspiration, certainly to the aging dart player.
100.
Maybe Andreas Harrison could be an inspiration as well, because you don't have to go back too many years before you wouldn't have put Andreas Harrison as a weekly
64.
winner here. Never mind a
Tommy, you
multiple
require
weekly
40.
winner. Playing his best darts in his latter years.
Game shot in the second leg. Tommy Lishman.
Goes to that conversation again, doesn't it? Who is or what is
Third leg,
the
it's
age
Andreas
or
to
the
throw
peak
first.
age of a
Game
dart
up.
player?
I remember talking to Martin Adams, and he reckoned he played his best sort of games in his 50s.
140.
Late 40s and in his 50s. Early 50s, sort of like 45 to 55.
Same for Glenn Durrant, Peter Wright.
26.
But then we've got a teenage world champion.
Yeah, I was 44 when I won it, and me and Glenn are the same age, so he must have been 45, 46 and 47 when he went after
60.
that. So yeah, coming to his 50s, it was, and obviously the Premier League win for Glenn was massive.
100.
I think if he hadn't been around, I might have got another title, you know. And now we sit in the commentary box here alongside one another chatting about it. It's lovely.
Everything goes full circle.
100. Andreas, you require 161.
Time on the side, though, here for Andreas Harrison.
$90.
He does like using the ball, does Andreas Harrison.
99. Andreas, you require 71.
Been looking for 105 to leave 170 there. Missed the 25. 18 for tops then for Harrison and a 2-1 lead.
51.
He will return. Lishman on 176. For me, Tommy's one of those that's learning about
45.
the game. When
Andreas,
you're
you
playing a
require
game like
20.
this, you've got to make sure one of those
Game
4
shot in the
throws
third
that you're
leg.
against the
Andreas
throw, you're
Harrison.
starting to threaten the throw, aren't you? And give yourself opportunities.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy
You've
to
got to
throw
hold your own
first.
throw
Game
and
up.
threaten your opponent when you haven't got the darts. At the moment, we're not quite seeing that.
139.
Lishman's darts definitely the better when he's got the advantage of throwing. Sometimes you can get in that horrible pattern as well, can't they, where you focus too much on who's got the throw and making sure you hold your own, that you end up being in a situation where if Andreas Harrison misses, he's not there to strike, he's not there to pounce.
58.
I always find in these best of 7 games, if you do hold throw and you get 3-2 up and you've got the throw, you're more comfortable on the 3-2. The player then has to level it up and hold that throw to go 3-3. That's his last start. And I find as a player, that's always the hardest leg to hold on to your own throw. That 6th leg to go 3-3.
Feels all or nothing, doesn't it? Well, because it is.
And your opponent knows that they can throw with freedom because they've got another chance in the last leg with the start. So you also find your opponent has changed the way that they throw in that leg as well.
It's like having an extra life, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely is.
45. Tommy, you require 104.
Certainly a lot more competitive than semi-final number 1.
48.
Harrison will just be looking to apply a bit of pressure here
60.
and get himself
Tommy,
close,
you
and he
require
hasn't
56.
done that. So no real pressure on this from Lishman.
36.
And maybe he needed a
Andreas, you
bit.
require
Maybe he needed a
137.
bit to make it happen. You feel that this would be 57 and tops. Doesn't happen. Up to the 18s and now sees treble 20.
97.
We'll leave him double top.
Tommy, you require 20.
So now there's pressure applied.
Game shot
I
and ball
agree.
leg, Tommy Lishman.
100% that sometimes you can have a bit too much time. It just takes your
Fifth
mind
leg,
off
it's
things.
Andreas
Just
to
takes that
throw
sharpness
first.
out. That
Game on.
pressure's not always bad. People think the word pressure is a bad thing. Sometimes it provides urgency. I mean, how many times do you see a striker throw on goal
100.
one-on-one, and then they've got time to think and they overanalyse it and they miss the opportunity?
They just think for that split second, and that split second, the moment is gone. And it's very similar with darts. You start to think that you've got so much time that you kind of don't want to do anything silly and hit the wrong double or next door or a
121.
a single number in the wrong place or whatever. And all those things don't go through your mind when the guy's right up behind you. You're going, I've got to get this, bang.
100.
No other equation comes into it. And now Leishman is starting to apply the pressure here. When you talk about Phil Taylor, and you listen to Phil Taylor in some of his
55.
interviews and some of the things that he's done lately, he talks about applying pressure to other players. He never played against the player. He just tried to apply pressure to their throw by being close to them, by making them have to take out an 85 or an 86 or a 102. And he said he never played like one against one. It was just I tried to make sure I hit a ton 40 to leave them under
Tommy, you
pressure.
require
And I think if a
94.
lot more players thought like that, you would see much tighter games overall.
Well, the pressure
54.
applied here.
Andreas, you require 85.
Lishman leaves a double after 12. Harrison, this 85 needs to go, or this is big trouble time. But
Game
what
shot
did
in
you
the
say
fifth leg,
earlier?
Andreas
When
Harrison.
Andreas Harrison has questions asked of him, he produces. He finds his best. That was
Sixth leg is
exceptional.
Tommy to
Lishman
throw
was there
first.
ready to strike, and a breaker
Game
throw
up.
in that situation would have put him in the driver's seat for this match. Now, Andreas Harrison has exactly what you described a moment ago. The little bit of comfort, that
108.
bonus extra life leg.
When you're in your purple patch and you're that super confident, and you're confident in your game, you know where your darts is going. You look at that and go, oh,
60.
in your head, you just keep it simple. You go, oh, I need to put one there and one there. And 9 times out of 10, you'll do it. But if you say to yourself, and it's a different mental side of it, is to go, oh, I must hit this. But if I miss the
139.
treble 15, I've got to hit a single 15 so I can then go 20 ball or whatever. You bring in all these sorts of scenarios in and confuse your own mind. That's what I think happens.
180.
Yeah, exactly that. Too many different thoughts. Disengage brain, move arm. That's all we need to be doing. Tommy Lishman's doing it very well. This bonus life, this extra life of Andreas Harrison is almost non-existent. Lishman with the best leg of the match so far. A potentially 11 darter that would see us go to a last leg shootout for the place in the final.
100.
This is really good
Tommy,
from
you're
Lishman.
at
It really is.
48.
He's been good on tops and tens.
38.
His tens on the inside again.
Andreas, you require 161.
That leaves it a little bit tricky. I don't think I've ever met a player who says, I actually like double five. It may not get a go. Oh, that's a fine effort there from Andreas Harrison, but Lishman gets a chance. It may only be the
83.
one.
Tommy, you require 10.
And the way his darts sit, that should be quite inviting. Oh, he's hit the flight.
6.
This could be a brutal
Andreas,
way
you
for
require
Tommy Lishman to
78.
exit the tournament. This is for Andreas Harrison to go through to the final.
Should get a dart. He's going to get 2.
66. Tommy, you require
Two
4.
match darts for Andreas Harrison to book himself a final place alongside Derek Coulson. Last chance saloon for Tommy Lishman once again. Just trying to take the intensity out of the situation. He's taking his time. He's going to reset again. Not happy with the way the dart feels, the way it's sat in the hand.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Tommy Lishman.
To see the nerves just kicking in for
Seventh
Tommy
and final
Lishman. He's
leg
close
is
to
Andreas
achieving
to throw
one of his
first.
goals.
Game on.
But if he's to do that, he's got to do the almighty task. He's got to break Andreas Harrison in a one-leg shootout. That is never an easy feat.
100.
And that's another moment where if you overanalyze what your opponent is doing in this situation, you'd have been sat there with 40 in the board, 1 in his hand,
60.
feeling more than happy. And then he drops that last treble in. And it's like a dagger to the heart, isn't it?
Exactly that. This looks inviting for Andreas Harrison. He'll be disappointed with that last one, but one treble a shot will force Tommy Lishman into something special.
Yeah, exactly that.
45.
And then the longer that goes on, throw by throw, you can see Tommy's trying and trying at the minute. Andreas has made an opening for himself, has to stay straight.
140.
Gives it a chance. 140 goes in.
Luke Littler, Luke Humphreys, Phil Taylor, Mike Van... If you would have said to any of those in a last leg
58.
shootout, you come in 1-6-1
Andreas,
after
you require
9, they'd take it.
161.
Yeah, absolutely.
$58.
And afforded the opportunity there to not find a treble. Lishman yet to find one in this leg. That's another 6 darts guaranteed here for Andreas Harrison.
57.
Lishman offering
Andreas, you
0
require 103.
resistance.
Game shot and the match. Andreas
Harrison finishes it off with a 103. You expected no different from the Swede. He was taken down the last leg by Tommy Leishman. Leishman held all his own throw, could do no more. It's Andreas Harrison that goes on to our final, and we will see him taking on Derek Coulson. And here's the stats. Another 90 average again from Harrison. We have the 2 in the final we expected at the start of the night. And we'll be back with the final after this short break.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Well, that's what the players are playing for come the end of the evening this evening. And we now have a final set in stone. It's a meeting between Derek Coulson and Andreas Harrison, 2 all-time campaigners here at the Super Series. Derek looking for a 4th consecutive Champions Week. Andreas Harrison looking for a 5th weekly title and looking for 7th altogether across all the formats here. That was after Derek Coulson got the better of Steve West by 4-0, and Andreas Harrison was pushed all the way to the wire against Tommy Lishman in the second semi-final, coming through courtesy of a 4-3 scoreline. We've been watching all the darts tonight in the company of Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell. They join us in the studio now. Let's begin with Derek Coulson, because that was just a dismantling of Steve West.
It was. I think 2 things happened there, really. It was Derek Coulson was brilliant. He averaged 100, played comfortable, and Steve West didn't perform. It wasn't that Derek Coulson blew away Steve West. Westy played like he has all week, a little bit erratic at times, a little bit inconsistent. He'll probably be happy, though, won't he, with the week? When you look at Steve West, I alluded to the interview he gave on Monday, and he said to Paul Nicholson, I really don't know what to expect. I really don't know what I'm playing like. I'm not playing enough darts right now. And he sort of posed a question mark straight away. Maybe wasn't sure he'd get through to Saturday night. He had that perfect day on Thursday, so there's plenty of things for him to look at and build on. A semi-final of the Super Series is a tough feat to do these days, so I think he can take a lot from that. However, this is about Derek Coulson now. Derek Coulson was exceptional. He was clinical in that game. He's been the performer of the night. When we look at this heavyweight clash we're about to have in the final, we kind of expected it to go this way, but when we look at who's produced the goods today, Derek Coulson, top of the list.
And the 148 was the game changer, wasn't it, ultimately?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been there and had it happen to us. It is a right kick in the guts. It really is. And you start to think that maybe, like you say, Steve had been interviewed earlier in the week, not really sure where his game is. It wasn't about his game. It was all about where Derek Coulson's game was. And that was in a better position than Steve's was on that occasion. So I think for me, Westie will take something from being, like I say, in the semi-final. But Coulson is just showing every time that he comes here that there's something even more special about him. And yet you think he's not getting any better. He's just doing the same things all the time. He's repetitive like a robot. And he's making himself very difficult to beat. Andreas now has him in the final, and Andreas knows exactly what's coming. Sometimes that makes, as a player, that makes you think I'm easy to play against because the opposition know what I've got every single time. But when you produce it to the levels of Coulson, he had another 100 average in that game. So he's had 300 averages this week already. So you know that that's in the repertoire. He can lift it. The special thing about him is his lowest and lower games are higher than most better people's better game.
Well, let's hear a little bit more from Derek Coulson then ahead of the final.
Coming into Group A, which is my second time, first time in Champions Week. So again, it's still fairly new to me. It was a stacked week with some cracking players in there, but on the Tuesday, once I finished, I felt really comfortable. Even though it was 4 points and I've lost that before. But getting through the Wednesday, I was a lot more relaxed. And yeah, felt really good by the end of it. Monday, my finishing was shocking at the start. But I didn't let it worry me, purely because normally my finishing's good. So I knew that if I just kept on hitting the scores like I would, those doubles would come. So I was really happy with that. Yeah, after finishing on the Wednesday, it was a choice of going home, sitting in some air-conditioned rooms. But I decided to stay down a couple of days, a few hours practice each day and just relax. And that was important, just to get some nice relaxed time on my own and be ready, psychologically ready for today. If I could get through to the Champions Week, if I can win this tonight, get through Champions Week again, and then take that step further to pick up that trophy, Champions Week trophy, that would be massive for my career. I don't even know if it could ever be topped, to be honest. You know, even if I won a challenge draw, I don't know if it would mean as much as winning the Champions Week here, purely because of the standard of players that you have here. You know, you're not going to get an easy game. There are no easy games. So I think to pick up a Champions Trophy, it'd be a highlight of my career and probably top my career forever.
And Derek really has been one of the great campaigners here at the Super Series. He didn't qualify the first time, but he was mightily unlucky not to do so. He was placed in the toughest week of Series 7. He then go on to win the next time. Then he make a Champions Night. Now, you may see the asterisk there next to the row-up in Series 9, Week 11. He lost to Jim Long in the final, but because of his qualifying performance and because of the fact that Jimmy Van Schie elected for Lakeside over Champions Week, he got in as an alternate. He got through to the Champions Night again. He'd then win another week. He'd then get through to a Champions Week semi-final. And he's one of the great stories about the Super Series because, look, you've got your big names, you've got your marquee names. Look, we've been speaking about Adrian Lewis all night, about making his competitive return in this building. But actually, the story of Derek Coulson epitomises what a project like this should be about. Somebody that has a dream, has an ambition, and maybe later on in the twilight years of his career has the opportunity to go and live them.
I think what's really interesting, certainly with my interaction with where this came from, with the Live League back in Southampton, when I first went there as someone who came off the tour, and I went there as a player, and I was playing there on a regular basis, and I mean like every 3 to 4 weeks we were playing, because it was small cycles, it was like 5-week series, and I was there all the time playing in that. And when we used to play in that, it used to be like people that had just come off tour, a lot of ex-tour card holders, big name players. No one really got the opportunity to go in there. It was quite a closed-door show of pretty much the same players on a regular basis. Like you say, the Martin Adams, the former world champions, it was those big names. And then as things have changed, as the format's changed, opportunities and doors have opened, the partnership with the ADC, the partnership with seniors that we've had over time, the partnership with ADC Europe, there's been lots of opportunity now for people to come here and make this platform their own. And what we're seeing more and more now is actually we're seeing less of those players who sort of laid down the foundation and less of those players who you would see as big names or things that have happened outside of here. And now we're starting to see names that have been developed here. Derek Colson, Andreas Harrison, Sam Spivey, Jimmy Van Ski. People that have sort of made their name on that stage and building a CV in front of them rather than coming here to sort of put on a bit of a show and play the greatest hits.
On the other side of the coin, Andreas Harrison kind of has a similar story, really, doesn't he, in terms of this building? We saw him at the Indigo at the World Championships in 2020, but when we saw him here for the first time, maybe a little bit grey behind the gills, or green behind the gills, shall I say, but since he won the first one, he hasn't really stopped since, has he?
No, I think when as players we have venues that we love playing in and we really enjoy playing in because we've had success in them, so they always hold a little place in your heart. And when you walk in the door, you feel at home and you feel comfortable at home. And I've spoken to Andreas about this place, and he feels very comfortable here. He feels like he's got so many great memories here that even the odd bad one now won't change that for him. Every time he walks back in this door, he will always remember the good ones. And I think it's one of those things that he's one of those players that just loves this venue. It just suits him. He's a quiet-mannered man. He's not a flamboyant, out there, industrious sort of type person. So this just suits him down to the ground. It's a small little venue which he really enjoys playing in, and he continues to do things like this. He's done a 156 tonight. He's done a 103 to win that one in a leg that should be a leg that he's under so much pressure, but he never looked under pressure at any point in time. He looked under control because he loves the venue and he feels comfortable here. And if you find that with any venue, it's a lovely thing to have.
Well, let's have a look at the head-to-head between the two players. Now, they met 3 times in Group A early on in the week. Coulson leads the head-to-head 2-1. Interestingly, just the one leg between the pair. And in terms of the numbers, both players playing involved in some absolutely sensational matches.
There's not much to separate the pair, is there? When you look at the numbers, the finishing's exceptional, the averages are good. That means they're roughly the same amount of visits to the board. I don't think we're going to find anything in stats. I don't think this is a game about looking there, because we're going to get no tells. We're going to get no indication. We're going to get no clues. This is all going to just come down to moments. It may even come down to the moment we don't see. That happens in the back room on the bullseye to see who's going to throw first. That might be where it gets decided, because this is going to be a tight game. I expect this to go the distance, and this is all going to come down to those individual moments, holding it all together, a touch of class, but a lot of bottle.
Is the intriguing thing as well with these two, Scott, the fact that actually both of their strengths are fairly similar?
Yeah, I think the stats show that. I think the fact that they are fairly similar, I think they bring the best out in one another. Because I think they're two players that don't mess about. They don't try to put each other off. They just go and play the game. And I think they respect one another for that. And the stats are very similar because of that. If you were going to say anything, Derek slows a slightly slower dart than Andreas does. But you can see from the stats that doesn't upset each other either, which is why Matt says it's going to go all the way, this one. And I couldn't agree more. And it's going to be those special players do special things in special moments, and it's which one of those does that tonight will be taking the trophy home.
We've been here for 3 years, and I don't think I've ever asked this question before. Who would the rest of the Champions League field not want in? Because we know these two are going to be contenders, whoever wins this final.
I don't think it matters. I think you've got a dangerous player regardless. Whoever wins is a contender. Whoever wins could be the favourite to win Champions League. So I think for the rest of the players, they're almost just got to accept that they've got another big hitter going in there with them.
If you were Jess Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGurr, Kenny Hamilton, Adam Gavlash, Jimmy Van Ski, Graham Usher, who would you want to avoid out of the two of them at Champions Week?
Again, I don't think it matters. I think they would want to avoid both of them. If they could say like neither of them go through this week, that'd be great for these guys. But I think the way that they're thinking now that they've qualified in their own right, I don't think they'll be bothered which of the two of them go in. I wouldn't be. If I've already qualified, I wouldn't be looking at going, oh, that's a tough one that's come in. I wouldn't do that. I'd be confident in winning my week and then going and representing my week in the Champions Week the way that I should.
Are we flipping a coin in terms of deciding this final?
You can, but I think this is going to be that logic of If you're undecided, if you don't know what to have for dinner and you're looking at 2 dishes and you flip the coin and you assign one to the other, when the coin's in the air, there'll be a momentary moment where you want one more than the other. I think I haven't got that scenario where, yes, I'd flip the coin, but while the coin's in the air, I'd probably want it to come up with Andreas Harrison. Now, he's not been the star performer of the night. That's been Derek Colson. He's been the better of the two by far. But I think in this situation, Andreas Harrison normally stands up.
Does Andreas Harrison go in as the underdog then, if that's the case? Does he find the game a little bit easier? Because the rest of the people here are thinking, well, Coulson's been brilliant tonight, blah, blah, blah. I think Andreas gets the underdog card in this one and might make life a little easier for him.
I think whoever wins the ball goes off favourite.
Derek won the ball. That helps your thinking.
Okay, perfect. So Derek Colson for me goes off favourite, but I'm siding with Harrison. I'm going to go with Andreas.
Well, just for the sake of argument, I'll go with Derek then.
Behave. Right, time for the final. It's Harrison, Coulson, Owen Binks is your MC. Let's get the final on.
Comfortable, clinical and class.
Game shot and the match. Andreas
Harrison finishes it off with a 103.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to introduce the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage? He is a former World Seniors semi-finalist, and he is the winner of 2 Modus Super Series weekly titles, Derek Colson! And would you please welcome his opponent? He is a former 2-time PDC Challenge Tour winner, and he is a former Modus Super Series champion, Dirty Harry Andreas Harrison!
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Switch. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'.
Well, which one of these two are going to be the boldest of them all on the Live Loud stage as Derek Coulson takes on Andreas Harrison? They're looking to make it through to yet another Champions Week here in commentary. Matthew Edgar and Scott Mitchell.
No messing around, was it? Straight to the stage, straight to the hockey. Let's get it on. The 2 biggest hitters of the week, the 2 favourites before a dart was thrown at the start of the week, at the start of the night. It's the winner of Group A, the winner of Group B. They have dominated the field, and it is now a showdown for that trophy. £5,000 and a place in the Champions Week lineup. That will be coming in just a few weeks' time now, so a perfect time of which to pick up a big qualification title. Twice, Derek Colson has got over the line here and picked up a title, but Andreas Harrison has won the biggest one of them all, his Super Series best, the Series 7 champion. £25,000 now, if you can do that again, and add his name to the list, the very, very short list of people that have picked up 2 series titles that currently has just 1 name on it. That name is the current world champion, Luke Littler.
Yeah, whatever happened to him?
Yeah, it's gone all right for him, hasn't it, since his time here at the Super Series?
First leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on!
But before we knew who even won the ball, I suggested this could be an important factor. Derek Colson winning the bullseye in the back room, the only game of the week of which has a bullseye. And if my prediction of Andreas Harrison, I think, is going to win this game, I think he's got to get a break in the first couple of legs.
Yeah, the longer it goes on, you would feel that the harder Coulson would be to break.
Doesn't mean he's going to be easy to break at any point. He's been exceptional tonight. Derek Coulson, 4-2 victory over Scott Baker in his opening game, average of 94 in that one. Then he had a 4-0 victory over Tommy Lishman. Drop in performance there, but didn't really need to find too much. Tommy Lishman only hitting him back with an average of 78. Then it was a 4-0 over Steve West. Last two games for Derek Coulson have been without reply. 4-0 and 4-0.
And we've all been in that situation. And then when somebody starts to take legs off you, you're not used to it, are you? It can make you sort of be like a rabbit in the headlights a little bit, going, oh, hang on, they haven't read the script here.
I often say that when someone has like a really good game with it, like 110, 112, it always feels then like you're underachieving
60.
when you play your next game. There is Tommy Lishman. Another campaign here at the Super Series, joining us from Hull. Hasn't followed in the footsteps of Reece Robinson, also from Hull, who's picked up multiple titles here. Something Lishman wants to do. Came close, didn't he? Losing out by just a leg to that man, Andreas Harrison.
$94.
Yeah, good find. That means that Harrison really needs a couple of trebles in this visit to trouble Coulson in leg one.
100. Derek, you require 58. Game show on the
Coulson
first
once
leg.
more
Derek
does
Coulson.
the easy things right.
Second leg, it's Andreas.
And makes them look easy, and we know that they're not that easy.
Sign of a quality player, isn't it? When they just make everything look like it's all in the stride.
55.
Andreas Harrison, yeah, really
100.
Top gear in this one. And in any normal game, in any other final, in any other situation, you wouldn't be even talking about yet to find his range.
100.
After just one leg into the match. However, you just do not have the time, do you? There's just no sort of wiggle room in this short format.
43.
There really isn't. There really isn't. And the extra pressure that's put on it for the fact that it's the final, you have to try and eradicate all that from your mind. It's what you're battling all the time.
$125.
An unfortunate deflection when that was looking like 180 for Coulson. Applying the pressure to Harrison here.
60.
Very steady pace, though, this one, isn't it? And sometimes when you get two players that are a little bit more methodical play each other, they can almost just try and take control of it by slowing it down even further.
I think Andreas's natural pace is a split second quicker than this.
95.
And I think that's
Derek,
what's
you
affected him a
require
little
62.
here. Plus the big scoring from Coulson doesn't help.
Big dart, big moment early on in this one.
46.
Just on the outside
Andrea
wire.
Shirakwai,
2 break
51.
chances there for Derek Coulson to get some real control.
Harrison went this way earlier.
Game show on the second
And he's achieved it again at 51. I always think the
Harrison.
11 is one of the hardest numbers to hit when you're going for a single
Third leg, it's Derek to throw
double
first.
combination. And I always tend to sort of pop down to the 19s. But of course, if you go there, you can always bust, can't you? So, old fella in the pub told me, never go where you can bust, Nipper.
140.
Just saw Andreas Harrison there, just rubbing the head. Make
60.
you wonder as well if fatigue could play a bit of a part in this. Andreas Harrison now in his 6th day of competitive action. Derek Coulson had the extra 2 days off.
Just trying to wake himself up, you mean?
Yeah, it's been a long, grueling week for Andreas Harrison.
140.
But he no doubt wants another. The way he's going to get another one is by taking 3 more legs here, but it's just
140.
starting to get that grouping going, Andreas Harrison. But this is everything we expected, isn't it, from Derek Coulson? Ever reliable.
Yeah, ever reliable. You know what's coming. He's going to be around that 15 dart mark and be out.
45. Derek, you require
No
160.
pressure applied there from Harrison.
$80.
My line of thought here is I'm practicing for the next start now.
140.
Not saying I think that it's over. I'm just trying to find my range for the next throw,
36.
for the next leg.
Game show on the third leg.
Nice find that one there for Derek Coulson. Everything going with throws so far.
Leg, it's Andreas to throw
Yeah,
first.
that first start was a bit of a sort of chuck one outside, find my range, back myself with the next 2 type dart, and he hit it with the first one, didn't he?
Safety, safe throw.
60.
That's not where Andreas Harrison wants these. Doesn't want them above the treble. We've talked all week about that angle of entry. Same for both players. They both throw a very flat dart. They want it under the treble so they can build,
83.
so they can stack, so they can put it on top.
$135. $140.
Just with the Coulson throw, there just doesn't look like too much can go wrong with it. It's very simple, isn't it?
Easy on the eye. Easy to replicate.
139.
Holds itself up to pressure. There's a lot of people, certainly this
60.
week, that I've seen across
Andreas
the
Shirakwai,
various forums and
167.
social media outlets that have said they'd like to see Derek Coulson have a go at Q School. See how he'd get on the tour. We know Andreas Harrison's going to be at Q School. He
127.
wants to pick up a card. He's come close a couple of times, and you do feel he's more ready and prepared than ever. But he's going to be under pressure.
138. Andreas
He
Shirakwai,
traditionally
40.
responds very well to.
Game show on the fourth leg.
Loves it, doesn't he?
Andreas Harrison.
It does indeed. I'm not sure whether
Fifth leg, it's
Coulson
Derek to throw
has
first.
any interest in going to
Game
Q School. I'm not sure. I've not asked him.
To my knowledge, he's more than happy exactly where he is right now. Why not? He's earning some good money here at the Super Series.
131.
Getting opportunities on seniors events. Got the doors open as well. ADCs, WDFs.
99.
But the chances are starting to run away now for Andreas Harrison. Short format, it doesn't give you long to find that breaker throw. And so far, it's got nowhere near really having an opportunity to break.
81.
No, he hasn't, and a double treble visit here would be what's needed. But once again, it's not quite happened for him.
$99. $98.
Quick look over the scoreboard there to see he's made no real march here on the Derek Coulson throw. Coulson got 6 darts here at the 190.
43.
That could be the slip. That could be the moment. Andreas Harrison finds a couple of trebles here. We could be on a turning point.
140. Derek, you're 147.
I feel this game was going to go close. It was always going to be defined by tiny margins and just a little touch of class, maybe a slip. Could be a combination of the two here. Andreas Harrison, a chance to break.
$32.
That dart high in the 16, was he trying for an 8 there to choose tops? That's my question. Will we ever know?
Game show on the 5th leg.
Coulson takes
Coulson.
it once more, 16 darts.
6th leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
This is the one that we were talking about earlier as the hardest one to hold your throw.
Exactly, especially when you've just missed a dart. You've just had an opportunity to break. He could be throwing for the match right now. Instead, he cannot afford to lose another leg. Otherwise, Derek Coulson will be a 3-time winner here at the Super Series. And what an achievement that would be.
100.
A mighty, mighty achievement indeed.
$81.
First sign of Harrison showing a little frustration there with that stray dart into the 1. He knows it could cost him.
57.
Seeing signs from Coulson now when he's missing. This is good stuff.
Just shows that the wiggle room's running out. There is no margin for error anymore.
100. $85.
That was a slight deflection from Coulson into the 5.
100.
See Andreas trying so hard for that second treble, for a double treble visit.
They're literally both just landing those 1 treble shots at the moment. No one really making a move, and if that is going to be the case, then Derek Coulson will serve it out. Andreas Harrison's got to get us there first, though. 6 starts at the 1-2-4. Doesn't need to be moving across.
92.
Moves across with great effect.
Yeah, super visit from Harrison under the circumstances.
$95. Andreas, you require 32.
It's not close at the minute.
Game show on the
He is
6th
now.
leg. Andreas
We go
Harrison.
down the last, just as you predicted, before the
7th
final in
and
our chat.
final leg, it's Derek to
It's
throw
everything we
first.
expected, wasn't it? At the
Game
start of the week,
on.
they couldn't be separated in the odds. Going into tonight, they could barely be separated in the odds. We expected this to be the final. We expected it to go the distance. 1 more leg to decide who's going to be the champion.
51.
feel it's going to be defined by one big power visit.
41.
Oh, a bit of flip there, wasn't there, with the last dart from Harrison? Bit of tension.
$100.
Inviting for more.
140.
Good way to recover the disappointment of the last shot. Still means you'd need a maximum to get down to a finish. So still very firmly in the hands of Derek Coulson.
And you still feel
95.
that Andreas needs another double treble visit to give himself an opportunity, a chance. You can see he's throwing a little bit quicker.
140.
And he's finding the target, throwing that split second quicker.
He said he needed another big visit. He's found it. Back-to-back 140s for Andreas Harrison. But here comes Coulson. This is why the two players were so fancied at the start of the week, because they are both littered with quality. Stay away from that treble, Andreas Harrison. He's done all he can. A hat-trick of 140s. He's down to a double.
75.
But he relies on Derek Coulson missing this opportunity. This is for the title.
Game, shot and the match! And the Week 9 Modus Super Series champion, Derek Coulson!
What a performance. What a final from Derek Coulson. Absolutely brilliant. He was absolutely served up there by Andreas Harrison. He challenged the throw in the last. A hat-trick of 140s was not enough for Andreas Harrison to give himself an opportunity. Derek Coulson kept his cool. It has been a superb night for Andreas Harrison. He departs us once again. He's probably done enough. Should this come through to the situation as an opportunity for someone pulling out of Champions Week, but going through to Champions Week is Derek Coulson. Every single stat a plus. It's been brilliant for him all night. 100 average in the semi-finals, 2 4-0 victories. Derek Coulson is once again a weekly winner here at the Super Series. Can he go and complete his destiny? Is he going to go full circle, going from a Group C invitation, now a 3-time champion? Can he pick up a series title?
Well, that was some final, wasn't it? And really, we didn't expect that to be a final that disappointed. Andreas Harrison left himself on tops after 12 at a deciding leg and didn't even get a go. It was a final that Derek Coulson very much won and means that he becomes the first player in Super Series history to play at 4 consecutive Champions Weeks. Let's crown him the champion. Owen Binks is your MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you all please show your support and your appreciation as we crown him for the 3rd time the Modus Super Series champion, Derek Coulson! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, it's Derek Coulson!
So it's Derek Coulson again. A 4th consecutive Champions Weeks on the horizon. A 3rd weekly win for him. And he is a very, very pleased man. He has become an elite level operator here over the course of the last year or so. And this, well, it's just becoming a regular occurrence for him. Matthew Edgar, he is some player.
He really is, isn't he? And I said in the wrap-up there that is he going to go full circle? Is he going to complete his destiny? He came here as a Group C player. He didn't even get through Group C on that occasion. He's now a 3-time champion here at the Super Series. He's going to be a contender come Champions Week. He's not going there to make the numbers up. He's a genuine threat to this title. He's just beat a previous winner of the Super Series there. beat him in good style in that last leg. Andreas Harrison served it up to him. He asked him the questions, and that 75 just went like it was nothing. That was an exceptional shot. Harrison just hit a hat-trick of 140s to challenge the throw, and he did all he could. There was nothing more Andreas Harrison could do in that situation. Full credit to Derek Coulson. I am absolutely blown away by that. It was a great final.
It was, and a lot of the time we can build these finals up, and sometimes it can flatter to deceive. And I tell you what, let's ask the man right here, because Andreas Harrison is coming to join us. Sorry, Derek Coulson can't join us in the studio.
He's off.
It's because I was talking about Andreas. I'm so sorry. Derek, come in. Nice to see you. How are you keeping? Many congratulations. This is a regular feeling. Yeah, you're on.
It's a nice feeling. It was a sweaty feeling. It was hot down there, and I was sweating. Andreas, I knew. We all know how good he is, and I thought he's going to kick in at some point if I don't take my chances. But that 180 in the last leg was huge. So, yeah, over the moon.
I mean, that was some. I mean, you've been involved in some really good finals. You had a really good one with Jim Long. How does that one compare to the other real big games you played here?
That's my biggest one, that one. We all know, like I said, Andreas and what he's like. He's so cool. You don't know what's going through his head. And he just keeps going. He just keeps going and going. So I felt like, just leave me alone. You know, I'm up. And then he kept pegging me back. And then that last leg, I was behind. I can't really explain it. That's probably the most emotional I've been within this week.
Well, Andreas Harrison there, he's always, Matt, isn't he? Just so cool, calm, collected. Look, of course he's going to be disappointed he's not made it through to Champions Week, but every single time he comes here, if he doesn't win, it seems to be at least the final.
Do you know what? Like, you look at Andreas Harrison there, you look at those pictures. For me, I'd have been in the back room now. I'd be sulking. I'd be sulking for weeks, especially losing the way that he just did there after a hat-trick of 140s. If anything, Andreas Harrison sort of just down there, and he just respects the fact he was in a quality final, and he respects the fact he was in a really good game. And I think that's a really good attribute to have and a really good characteristic. We've spoke this week, and Scott Mitchell said tonight as well, that you get to a point in your life where you don't react like that no more. Like, it's just, okay, the results haven't gone my way, there'll be another tournament, there'll be another opportunity. And you can really see that with Andreas Harrison. He's still got a big smile on his face. He'll be happy enough when he reflects back on this and looks back. But the fact he's not taking that so hard actually is a really good point, because there's going to be setbacks all the way. You know, he wants to go to the tour. We know he wants to go to the tour. 128 players will turn up. They're the best 128 players in the world from wherever they're coming from. 127 of them are going to lose. Only one can win. So you've got to take the positives out of what you've done. And you can see him down there now. He's happy enough, and he's very respectful of what's happened tonight.
Well, there he is, embracing one or two of the fans. But Derek, this is your night. And it was your night in dramatic fashion, and the last leg decided. Do you want to watch that leg again? Dare you watch the last leg again?
I don't know if I do want to watch it, to be honest.
I'll be honest, I'm not going to give you a choice here.
This was big, because I knew he was going to hit ton 40 at this point. I had to score at least a ton to give myself a shot. But when that third one went in, I thought, right, I've got a shot now. Mm-hmm. Just don't miss a 17. Mm-hmm. Lucky enough, it went in. Yeah, it was. First start was lovely. I just think, just keep it straight. Just hit 17. Give yourself a dart. And then when that went in, I thought, I love double 12. Even then, I thought, I can hit this. Yeah.
Did you feel like that was the only chance you were going to get to win that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I wasn't coming back if I'd missed that. No way. He's such a nice guy, Andreas. He's such a great player, but such a gentleman with it. He really is a genuinely nice bloke.
You're doing things that very, very good players don't achieve, and that is now you're the first player, providing you play at Champions League. As soon as you play that first game, you become the first player to play 4 Champions Leagues in a row. Never been done before by any player in history. You're achieving things that some of the greats of the game can't do.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say to that. It is amazing. When I looked at the week at the start of the week, I was like, this is going to be really hard. And if I make the Saturday, great, and hopefully Saturday goes well. I don't really know what to say, to be honest. It was quite emotional, and yeah, to come back Champions Week again, it's a hell of an achievement. Normally I'm quite laid back and just take things as they come, but to make it again 4 in a row, I'm really, really happy with that.
Just finally, Matt, your thoughts on the week as a whole?
It's been an absolutely brilliant week. There's been stories everywhere. Yes, the big stories about who wins the week. That's what we're here for, to put another name in Champions Week and to dish out the trophy. But there's been so many side stories, been so many other things. Steve West coming here, not really playing much darts at the moment, trying to get back into it. Keegan Brown, the troubles he's having physically, which affects you mentally as well, and to see him getting through here as well. So there's been stories everywhere. Tommy Lishman taking another step forward in his career. I've enjoyed all those different stories and all those, and I think that's exactly what the Super Series is about. This has been a classic Super Series week, and we've now got another name in Champions Week and another serious threat for the title.
Well, Matt, enjoy your drive back up the motorway. Great working with you as ever. Derek, many, many congratulations. We'll see you in a few weeks' time at Champions Week. Many, many congratulations this evening. Right, plenty coming up on Pluto TV. You may remember earlier on this evening, Adrian Lewis announced his return to the sport in a competitive sense at the international pairs. That's going to take place at the end of the month, and that is how you can be here. Adrian will be hopefully partnering Steve West to glory, and even if he doesn't play on the Saturday night, he will be in audience. That'll be a part of your £35 ticket on dartshop.tv. So coming up on Pluto TV, we've got a tungsten talk with Sam Spivey. Derek's got one or two things to say about Sam after the previous Champions Week. Then the Champion of Champions, that's a rerun from Sunday. And then we have got Week 10 beginning from Monday. But it was DC who was the lead character on a night where Alexander Usyk won the heavyweight championship of the world. It was Derek who landed the knockout punch.
Because Coulson is now on the match-winning double.
Tops for Andreas Harrison for a 120. Westy had his arm in the air.
This is to go through and send Baker home. It's Leishman.
Game shot.
It was now or never, as Elvis said. Oh, this would hurt.
Game shot in the second leg.
Andreas Harrison.
Game shot.
And he makes no mistake. Double 14. The head is down for Steve West. He's not going to like what he hears. What a finish that is. Comfortable.
Game shot on the match. Andreas
Harrison finishes it off with a 103.
This is for the title.
And the Week 9 Modus Super Series champion, Derek Coulson! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, it's Derek Coulson!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is... And that was it!